team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your
your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. and they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
Time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
Time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. and they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols.
And reaction in St. Louis and here in KC. It's all just minutes away on the Now.
Is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack at 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert, Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the companies supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So when you're ready to get your opinion heard, Jack and 41 Action Sports will be online ready to listen. It's Red Alert Gridiron Grumblings, Mondays at 6:30 on KSHB.com. Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to keep your house feeling like home. It's more than just buying or selling. It's an ongoing process, a journey. Reese Nichols agents are focused on that journey, not just your destination. And they'll be there with you every step of the way, bringing along the tools, support, and resources of the company supporting them. Working together as a team, you'll get to the place you want to be today and tomorrow.
Join the conversation with 41 Action News. Go to kshb.com/Facebook, like us, and join the conversation.
It's football time in Kansas City, and you know the Chiefs will be all the talk on Monday. So
Subway, you just watch the furniture.
Yes, it is. Mr. Clark, how you doing?
What? I'll tell Jason. First day, we did a little bit of Saturday, last night, trucks, pretty dead, man. I'm starting to wonder. Yeah, there was only about.
I just came down
Saturday night.
Hall Drive.
They didn't start.
No, I just was on West Florissant, and then I went down Ferguson Avenue, went left on Hall Drive, and then right on South Florissant. All right, thank you, sir. No, don't worry, I'll let the show know. Okay, thank you. Bye. Yeah, Jonathan Clark. He was supposed to be for a 4:30 hit. He says he's 20 minutes away. Okay, thanks.
Do we follow or do we actually ride with?
No, you guys take your
I got Pellegrin's number, I don't know. I don't know the other one. They just told me midnight, so wherever you go, I got all my yeah, I can put the other side of the tent there, yeah.
Thank you. power with them and the test together.
Yeah.
I think so. You're missing the. Give me another cigarette. I just cut it all off.
No way.
Hair was past my shoulders, and it was actually.
Yeah.
I moved back to St. Louis.
Yeah.
So I cleaned that.
That's what they told me. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I didn't at least rock gloves. I thought it was just babysitting. Yeah. I just loaded up, man.
Yeah, I put the t-shirt, a hoodie, and this, and then I put the
out in South County. Well, I moved like this year. Not too bad. Oh, really?
Desert Diggies, the Box Glass, all those guys that most of the Kings,
Yeah.
they all had some. Yeah.
Need a lighter? Oh. Oh, this doesn't bounce to the truck?
No, I got a little box.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. They make a good thermal imaging, too. Yeah. So it's like, it's bad. Yesterday, anywhere in between there.
Judge, why don't you bring this? Come here.
Police on the lot.
I don't know, but come here, boy. No, don't keep on telling me to put stuff out. I'm white. Get your cameras! Where your phone?
He was told that his name would pop out of somewhere.
long night. Not sure what the beat was. That was just two guys by themselves all the people they have. I'm actually based out of Miami. Lucky me. So.
Hey, I need your help. It's Pete there. Pete, share your best friend. I need you to tell me how to get my live cell phone. Alright, I'm going to call you back. I've got to go. Hello? Hello? Hey, it's Jim. Yes, sir. Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Pete put, Pete there at the compound, put the live view on my cell phone so I can go live shot with it. And I just moved to New York and then to the Yeah, no, I have like 750 megabytes going on. I should see it. I'm not out now because I'm talking on the phone. I got to. Can you call me? It's 407-274-8894. Yeah, and just look, and I'm gonna put the picture back up.
to the left. That's correct. And if you look, we're directly across from the police department building. There's the police department, the fire department. We are right across from the PD. Okay, thank you so much. All right. Yeah, I'll stand right here. The gentleman.
Does he have a camera in his hand? Yeah?
That guy, no, that's not him. Wait, no, this guy here?
Yeah.
With the jacket? I don't think so. failed. There's a police officer behind the car.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
So a cop is apparently going to bump him out of the road and then... Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. He said if he got moving, so I guess it's back out. And that's straight through 3 hours and 20 minutes, so he'll be back in the air for his normal 6 p.m. news, right? Okay, so the guests will make it in. The guests will make it in time for that show. Can you use it for nightly as a bump shot? No, that's okay. There's another show that comes on the air, or no, we're doing the show. Yeah. We'll figure out. You guys see what the cast around the scene? Yeah. It was a personal favorite. As to the sooner the better. Just steal our shit.
Because you
222 Florissant. Good, thanks.
They say it, Jim. They say, good, it's usable. Can we take it down and bring it back up later?
Yeah.
Just tell them we're going to take it down and they'll call back later. And they go running up the wall of the shopping center.
Live with the Turkey 6. What do you mean transmitter?
I ain't got to drive. I'm right there. Well, that's my whole point. You going down one.
That Kevin stand.
Toes go down. You don't go.
Give him a choice.
We're doing everything shotgun, so it's not that yet. Okay, thank you. Bye. All right, this is
Are you interviewing me or am I all the talking? Yes, that is correct. You're not the way up.
cerebral cortex.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So all the students in the area now have been counseled following us in the Jennings district.
You know the hell I am.
Help me out here. Just okay.
Oh yeah. Granddad, he'll be out here though. Might just have one of those faces.
I'll let that biggest segment up.
Some guy cheese. I don't know where he is, but apparently he was a popular, nice guy. There you go.
He's right. Yes, John.
Yeah. That's where I live. What was the second question? What are we doing this evening?
Second question is preparations.
What's the first one? You're on the other side. Oh, is that right?
The first question is what kind of preparation are being made ahead of time. The second is the verbal attack. Break, 2 minutes.
Some pretty good shit happened, but I couldn't get my damn signal out. The top cars were in here, and they're all together. These kids wearing like a mask, they got them? No, they're still here, but they were taking down their names and their information.
Here in the open.
That's all I never did. I
they're a bit wacky, I think.
Spot. Sharp Five's in a bad spot. You don't want to be up in the corner like that.
Yeah, they're going to run a bunch of cable down here to make everybody fall over and make the whole thing start crash down underneath.
You don't want to be in the corner. You can't get out.
Yeah, that's what it's like here. The road is here.
So you must live southern. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh, there you go. Nice.
All the fucking little ducks.
They made it. They made it. You know, I always travel to bike week, and I've had the worst luck. Every year that I've gone, I get hit with the rain, and then the year that I don't go, they're like, not a drop for 7 days. It was freezing. Oh, that's all I need to avoid. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Good getting ready to take it off your hands. That's good. Instead, used all the spare cash that I had. All the bikes that I got. Right. Well, let's try to find the Anderson. Oh, really? And it actually does like the diagnostic center?
correction. Yeah, he's redialing that business.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's very faint.
Okay. Do you want to pay to like get in this one? Can they use the zero?
Yeah. What do you need?
Do we want to see if they can use the zero? Because I'm not a great.
Yeah. What do you say?
Can they use the zero? They said it mix minus of this. This is totally robust.
Can you send mix minus down the Jari?
Plug this into the back of this. Hey,
yes. Can you send me minus down to zero? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Can you send
that? Okay, you can hear this. You step over here.
You step over there.
The Zero IFB1. Step here, right here for me. Alright, I'm just going to put this on your pocket here. The outside of your pocket. That's a volume. You should hear yourself, that's the problem. Hey, Joy.
And that decision definitely coming tonight. We are told the St. Louis County prosecutor will be
kill black people do not go to jail.
That information on whether or not Officer Darren Wilson will be facing any charges in this case.
bunches of those. All kinds of stuff. You know, it's not the best way I can describe it. I was telling my friend about what this was. You might remember this stuff. Like, about this passion. Stood there in front of me with that spoon. One dude, so knew he was going to get it. He knew there was no one in front of him. Yeah, it's old school. I think you can understand it. Yeah, but that's crazy. It's been that. You know, that's what we were just 2 hours ago. Another talking about this and that. That kind of anxiety, wondering what's going to happen. Wondering what we got to hear, having our own expectation of what we're doing. That's the anxiety. There's also this
Well, that's the thing. Did the other box work? Okay. All right. So has everybody got a stand and they can make this work? I don't want it up here. Can we keep it all over here? So you're gonna try that? Are we gonna try your own mic? Let's just keep them over here. Now I think if you want to put this here now, why don't you do that? You put this over here. Go ahead and put that on.
about that. Sorry about that.
You gonna do it? You gonna do it? Okay. That's good. All right.
We'll make this nice.
Okay.
Okay. I think that was why I called it. And I'll tell you what, I'll even take this thing away now because.
I got you.
But once we got the official email.
Yeah.
We're all good.
Pat, how are you? How many years in the postal station?
Thank God for God. Does it all.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Do it again, Jason. Keep going.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Good.
Yeah.
One more time.
Levels are looking a little low, but I can bump them up. It's
I am William Howard Taft, President of these United States.
okay.
Man, I could never be governor. No, this is not funny. We'll have to just do the best we can right there.
Got some more tape if you're worried about it.
I got some here if you'd like.
Yeah, if you mind taping, just want to take this
Sure.
down.
You got it.
I'm sorry, bumping you in the arm.
Not to worry.
Perfect. Thank you.
In this situation, it might just be good for the economy of space.
Perfect. Is that one taped down?
No.
Yeah, it looks good.
You got some more tape?
Gotcha. You're still working? Just wait.
Testing
1, 2. I don't.
Okay, just go up there for a second.
Gotcha. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's going to be as good as it's going to get.
Perfect. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't want to lose that one.
Hey, the trade-off to without the flag to get it on the podium is a good one. It's just there's just a buzz in the malt box.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a slight one.
Is that even ours? Is that even ours?
Silver one is, the black one's not.
Got it. I just clip it on there. That should work.
Perfect.
That's ironic.
No, it's not. There's some people that won't answer because
Yeah. Okay, GPISDL at
Do a view from the podium shot.
AOL.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Sweet.
I can use this one right here. Yeah, they just came in new address the other day. Gave me a new address. Is he coming? Because I don't think Bob's pretty good.
Is he on his way now? Or?
Yeah. General information. Perfect.
Looks good for me. Just don't want it to get bumped. Definitely.
Need some tips?
Yeah.
You got it?
you'll kind of see the commotion. Right. You'll see them get. Yeah.
Yep.
Just back here. Let's see. Gotten pretty good at the balancing act.
Yeah. I got a little thing I can put under there. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Are you good here? Are you steady?
Just one more check. Green light before we go. Which one is this? You're good.
Yeah.
We're good. Oh, good.
Perfect. All right, we're good.
Okay. Is everyone good?
How far are we away?
A few minutes. Few minutes.
About 12 feet.
Never a lack of smart Alex at precedence.
We're all very.
Is he staying there? Will stay there?
No.
For a minute?
I think when I get like a 1 minute warning, I'm going to press the button and I'm going to go.
Okay, we're going to do the 5 minute. 5 minute? We're approximately 5. Every time I do that, it doesn't work out, but we're going to try. 5 minutes?
5 minutes? Well, that's all I needed to know. What does that mean? I'm expecting great pictures like.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
She said, stepping away from my kiss or something. So that was you discussing.
Good.
All right, so we think we're about 3 minutes away. Is everybody getting close? Everybody feel comfortable? As you know, these officials are very busy. There's a lot of stuff going on. You guys probably have other places to go. They're just going to have brief statements. We'll try to take a few questions, and then we'll have to move on. You guys all have other places to head to? So it should work out for everybody. We should be at like 2.5 now. Okay, here we go, everybody.
Good evening. I'm pleased to be joined this evening by St. Louis Mayor Francis Slay, St. Louis County Executive Charlie Dooley, and Missouri Director of Public Safety Dan Isom. Later this evening, the St. Louis County Prosecutor will announce the grand jury's decision. While none of us knows what that will be, our shared hope and expectation is that regardless of the decision, people on all sides show tolerance, mutual respect, and restraint. Earlier today, I visited with some folks in Ferguson, and it's understandable that, like the rest of us, they are on edge waiting for a decision. But they are doing their best to go about their daily lives, conduct their business, and support one another and their community. I also spoke with a number of faith leaders late this afternoon who offered their prayers for peace and safety. Together, we are all focused on making sure the necessary resources are at hand to protect lives, protect property, and protect free speech. Several churches will be providing safe havens throughout the area to provide food, shelter, and medical care. Mental health providers have teamed up to help ease the emotional strain that these events have caused. These health professionals are working right now to provide counseling and other services to the people that need them. Law enforcement officials continue to maintain open lines of communication with protest leaders to improve the interactions between police and demonstrators and prevent violence. I want to thank my Director of Public Safety, Dan Isom, for taking part in these ongoing discussions. State and local law enforcement agencies are continuing to work hand in hand to make sure the best, most experienced officers are on the street. The men and women of the National Guard will also be in the area to provide security at critical facilities like firehouses, police stations, and utility substations, and offer logistical and transportation support as needed. This will help free up law enforcement officers to do their jobs effectively. In closing, I'd like to reiterate my call for peace, respect, and restraint, and thank everyone out there who is working hard to make sure communities throughout the region are safe and secure. I'd now like to ask County Executive Dooley to make a couple comments, and I'll call on the rest of our folks, and we'd be glad to take a few questions. The County Executive of St. Louis County, Charlie Dooley.
Let me say good evening to all of you. I do not know what the prosecuting attorney will have to say this evening, but I do know this. No matter what is announced, people will be emotional. I want people to think with their heads and not with emotion. No matter what, we have to remain focused on our long-term systemic changes that has to take place in our community. Our immediate priority is to ensure that people are safe and able to voice their concerns in an orderly fashion. Police and community groups have been working for weeks to ensure the rights are protected. We are committed to de-escalating negative situations in a responsible manner. I do not want people in this community to think they have to barricade their doors and take up arms. We are not that kind of a community. I do not want people to accidentally shoot or harm someone out of fear. This is not the time to turn on each other. It is a time to turn to each other. We are one community. Again, our main priority at this time is to ensure that we keep people safe and protect property. We intend to do that. But it is to be said and to be clear that in achieving these objectives, we recognize the right of people to peacefully assemble and to express free speech rights. We will honor that as long as safety and security are not jeopardized. I personally believe that people in this community will do what is right. In October, there were thousands of people here peacefully protesting and expressing their views. No one was hurt. Many, many people have spent countless hours working on ways to manage this situation once the grand jury decision is announced. And now is the time to show the world that we can act without being destructive. I am confident that this will be a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the great leader of the great city of St. Louis, Mayor Francis Slay.
Thank you, Governor, and good evening. St. Louis is a region that endures during challenging times. We have seen it time and time again. We have seen it in the face of personal tragedy, and we've seen it in the aftermath of natural disaster. We face one of those times today. What happened to Michael Brown has deeply divided us. Whatever is announced this evening, some people are going to be angry and frustrated. And some people are going to be angry and frustrated about that. My message to the protesters: we will protect your right to peacefully assemble and to speak your mind. Like last night, we will give you leeway to occupy public safety, and we will listen to your grievances. But turning violent or damaging property will not be tolerated. To the people who disagree with the protesters, the actions we are taking are designed to protect you, to protect your family, your homes, your businesses, and your neighborhoods. That is our paramount concern. Over the next few days, we expect to see St. Louisans loudly and passionately expressing their views. We expect to see some of the best police officers in the country protecting their rights and keeping everyone safe. But after that, it will be time to heal, to close the racial divide, and to make St. Louis a better place for everyone, regardless of race or color. We all may experience some inconvenience during the coming days. Depending on the circumstances, we may allow demonstrators to slow down traffic, but we will not allow them to hurt anyone or damage anyone's property. That's how it went last night in the Shaw neighborhood. It wasn't perfect. There were 2 acts of vandalism, but there was no other property damage, and most importantly, no one was seriously injured. When President Abraham Lincoln first proclaimed a National Day of Thanksgiving in 1863, it's worth recalling that he sought to help a nation heal and to work together toward the promise of what he called a large increase in freedom. The world will be watching us. They're going to watch how we handle our disagreements in the coming days and how we make needed change in the coming months and years. St. Louis finds itself with an opportunity to show the nation the ways in which a community can be more fair and more just for everyone. We must seize this opportunity together.
Now one more speaker, and then I'll be glad to take questions here. The Director of Public Safety of the state of Missouri, Director Dan Isom.
Thank you, Governor. I've spent my entire life as a resident of the city of St. Louis and served 24 years as a member of the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, retiring as Chief of Police. The St. Louis County Police, the St. Louis City Police, and the Missouri Highway Patrol have spent the last 2 months planning and training for the anticipated reaction to the announcement that will be made in the next few hours. The plan is designed for all contingencies, but we hope that officers will only observe peaceful protests. I have great confidence in the design of this plan. It has prioritized keeping all people safe, residents and protesters, the protection of property, and ensuring that people can exercise their constitutional rights. I also have tremendous confidence in the men and women in St. Louis law enforcement. They understand the importance of protecting everyone, and I know they intend to do so. I also have great confidence in the people of my community. A tremendous dialogue has begun to take place here about more than just policing. This community understands that through peaceful protest and through dialogue, we will continue to grow, and that violence will set this progress back. We must continue to move this community forward, and I have confidence that is exactly what we will do tonight and in the days ahead of us.
With that, I'd be glad to take questions. Yeah, Rock.
Governor, I'm wondering, was there any thought of delaying this till tomorrow morning? Seems like the element of darkness at night makes it possibly more dangerous for the protesters as they do show up, and the police officers, as well as people just standing around.
Those were decisions made by the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office, and that is who made that call. So, in that sense, yeah, Jace.
Governor, what would you say to the thousands of people and the millions of people around America who felt like the government has failed them over the last 3.5 months, that the judicial system has failed them over the last 3.5 months?
Well, our focus is not about what happened over the last 3.5 months. I think the last 3.5 months has provided additional training, it's provided additional sensitivity and additional knowledge on everybody in front. Our focus today in the short run here is to protect lives, protect property, and to protect speech. And in the longer run, as the mayor said, to find paths for progress. So our focus is on those clear principles as we move forward. Yes, ma'am.
How are you going to move forward in terms of healing the rich to provide? What sorts of steps are you going to take?
Well, I said tonight is about the pieces that are in place to do what we've got to do. Clearly, all of the folks behind me, as well as significant leaders in the community, have begun that process. I had a chance right before I came in here, the conference call with a number of faith leaders who are working deeply and with long hours to do just that. We have with the Office of Community Engagement here, with Senator Coleman doing that on a daily basis. All of these folks behind me have been outreach and in the community listening and working, and also the commission that I've appointed. I fully expect that with their independent voice and their clear ability to chart both a long-term path forward, that we will all have suggestions which can lead us in a positive path forward. Yes, sir.
Have you ruled out the use of armored vehicles and tear gas?
I'm not going to get into operational details, but the bottom line is that the police have been trained, as the mayor said and as others said, to make sure that we are respecting people's rights to communicate and that allowing them to do that. However, on the other side, if people are violent or threaten property, then resources will be used to manage the issues. Yes, sir.
Governor, are you planning to stay in the area in the coming days and just to have constant updates on what's going on?
I've been here, I believe, 7 of the last 8 days, and we'll be here tonight and as long as it takes to make sure that we move through this particular phase, whatever it may be, into the next phase.
We've got time for
one
more question.
Joe.
Excuse me,
Governor, Joe, quick first here, Joe.
Wouldn't the lack of an indictment be a justification of police violence and lead to
I've called on Ms. Manis first.
Just if I might ask you, you need to let the alternative press speak here. I'm from Revolution Newspaper, Larry Everest, and So wouldn't a lack of indictment mean fear for black people all over this country and effectively a green light to further police violence? And second, I would like to pose to you how you would respond to the call by Carl Dix and many others from the Revolutionary Communist Party that if Darren Wilson is not indicted for murder, the country be brought to a halt through energetic civil disobedience by millions of people.
I do not know what the grand jury has ruled, nor do I know what the prosecutor is going to announce at 8 o'clock tonight. Yeah, Joe.
Can you say now roughly how many National Guard will be at least on standby, so to speak? I know the mayor has said before he's asked for 400, and how long you think they may be needed?
Well, I mean, as I said before, we'll have Guard resource here that will play a support role. For example, providing utility substation security. As we know, on Halloween, the power went out here in Ferguson. Most of the proof would indicate that that was not accidental, nor was it a squirrel running down a wire or whatever happens sometimes. Also, police substations and stations, the Guard can provide support roles there so that those police officers can get out into the community, and also things like firehouses where those, if called upon, both the EMT and the fire resources need to get there in real time and providing that security. So in roles like that, support roles like that, the Guard will be out there. Our hope, is that it is for a shorter period of time as is necessary, and that that backup role is the is all that will be necessary. Thank you all very, very much.
Do you have faith in this process?
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
About 14 officers. If there is more later, we will certainly let you know about it. Live in Sky Fox, Steve Myers, Fox 2 News. potentially. Oh yeah, no, we'll have to go back. Okay. Okay. We'll be up in 10 seconds. Must be 6 o'clock. Yep, 17:56. Let the fun begin. I'm sure they will use this shot again. I don't know if I'll be talking this next time, but I know they will use the shot. Yeah, they got a lot of people showing up here. I'd love to take some of the noise out of this camera, but if I do, we won't be able to see anything. Okay, we're into 6 o'clock. Boy, this tuner sure doesn't like this. Doesn't like sitting here. Yes, sir. Go ahead. All right. Can you hang loose for just a second? Hey, good evening. Just to let you know here, the crowd is growing on the other side of the street here, across from the police department here in Ferguson. We'll take you in here just a little bit closer. You can see that there are a number of people now who occasionally walk out into the street. They don't stay there very long. Sometimes they're carrying a sign. They'll come out to the middle of the street. They'll hold it for a little while as a vehicle goes by, and then they'll go back to the area. We'll come across the street here a little bit. Right behind that light is a line of St. Louis County police officers behind that barricade in front of the Ferguson Police Department. They have been there for at least the last hour or so, and they continue to stand and watch. Right now, everything is extremely peaceful. And it's going well, but there does continue to be a number of people mass at this spot across the street here. When there is time to give you more, we certainly will. For now, we're live in Sky Fox. Steve Myers, Fox 2 News.
just outside of St. Louis. 3, 2, 1. Right now we're at the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office where we're waiting for the grand jury to make an announcement about a decision.
We're just 10 miles away from Ferguson, where a lot of those buildings have been boarded up for quite some time. Police and moved
Okay.
to areas across the
3, 2, 1.
entire region. The National Guard is on standby.
Right now we're outside of the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office where we're waiting for an announcement to be made on whether the grand jury decided to indict Officer Darren Wilson. Now the thing to keep in mind is that this isn't a verdict. 3, 2, 1. Let me try one more time. 3, 2, 1. Right now we're outside of the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office where we're waiting on an announcement to, sorry, let me start one more time, sorry. Okay, 3, 2, 1. What'd you say? 3, 2, 1. Right now we're outside of the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office where we're waiting on an announcement on whether the grand jury has decided to indict Officer Darren Wilson. Now the key thing to keep in mind here is that this isn't a verdict. It's not a decision about whether he's guilty or innocent, but it's a decision on whether there should be charges pressed against him. There have been many businesses in the area that have already boarded up now days in advance of this announcement of the decision. There have been several gas stations that have actually decided to close early tonight to take those extra precautions. So again, just waiting here for that announcement. Definitely tense. This entire city and this nation has been bracing for this announcement. Reporting in St. Louis, I'm Jenna Hanchard.
Following the news of the decision, Missouri's governor called for peace.
They're walking north, right, Rob? Thank you. Woo! Well, Sandy, I can tell you that they're headed north now on South Florissant. You can see them. They have occupied one lane of the street, in some places occupied both lanes of southbound South Florissant, and they are now on the move. We estimate that crowd to be between 100 150 people. I would never say that there couldn't be 200 people there, just because they're spread out a little bit. And they are now walking down the street with their signs. And obviously, you see those lights down there. Those are probably media crews. But you can see that they are now on the move. I'm not sure where they're walking to, but they are walking peacefully down the street while cars try and dodge them, obviously, to avoid any type of accident. I have not seen police move from the police department, which is now about 2.5 to 3 blocks away. And they are headed up to this intersection. And we'll continue to follow them and see what they do. For now, this is a peaceful protest which continues northbound on South Florissant. Steve Myers, Fox 2 News. Okay, guys, you probably ought to come back here. Now we're kind of stopping traffic and doing other things, jamming things up here. Well, I don't know. Can we lose this building? Yeah, okay. We're just trying to see these guys. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. looks to me like Skyform might be back up, but they're over a mall. Yeah. Well, Sandy, as you can see here, not only have they moved down the street, they have pretty much taken over the street, and there is a car that is traveling northbound as well that appears to be part of the protest group, and you can see the signs and everything. They're moving down through the business district of Ferguson. I'm not quite sure what business that is on the corner, but yeah, as you can see, they are moving the street. They've moved from one side, which is walking northbound and headed southbound. They're now on that northbound side of the street, and they continue to march there through this business area. You know, as peaceful as I've seen, but they do kind of meander and wander back and forth through the road. So there is, you know, that is what's going on up here right now. I've not seen any police yet, but obviously this is going to be some sort of concern because there is still traffic up there. But it looks to me like we have a group of about 50 to 60 protesters, you know, going at this time. For now, that's our view from Sky Fox. Steve Myers, Fox 2 News.
but you want to get up closer to it, you'll be able to, get a good lay of the land. Can't see too much, so you want to get a little further in?
Yeah, I mean, we could start here and walk that way.
You guys all good over there?
Huh?
You guys all good over there?
No, we're having issues there. There's another crew coming. That your live view might be going elsewhere. Another crew coming in the
Is that other crew
They're still trying to figure out what they're shuffling people. They don't know what they want to do. I don't even know who this other crew is.
Oh, okay.
There's more media than it is people. I'm about ready to just jump to death and, two people on.
Yeah.
standing out by that fence out there, right? A little more entertaining. Yeah, maybe the lights from little energy guys. It'll pick up either way.
I just hit the wall. I was like, I mean, no karate, so I was like, damn. And you know karate? Yeah, this motherfucker. Blue. And then she said, I was like, she was like, oh, but now I know how to break out of it. But my friend Keisha, she was taking him too. He was hitting her like that. She was hitting him like that. Because I beat my mom, say Keisha, and I'm like, I just saw her head go, whoop, whoop, boom, whoop, whoop, boom. I was like, she was handling it. She was handling it like, boom. This girl was big too. There's a big muscular dude. He was fighting. Where they at?
So once we get done, we won't be
I'm not going over there. No, I think so. I go over there. Are they doing anything?
The big guys over there shaking the stairs. This is about to go. Let's get over there.
The plan is Miguel and Moxie are coming here with the crew with Abraham. They're going to take over the live view and we're going to be roaming around. You're going to be taped. What's going to happen is you turn into a tape crew. There's another crew that's going to be taking a path off of the truck doing MS also, but they're going to be tethered around here. And once Abraham gets here, you turn into a tape crew. I'm going to go over there just protectively.
No, I know. I'm just saying, you know, after this. Oh, I know. Where's the only place? Yeah, no kidding. I know. That was the thing. It was like, he ate so bad.
God got me here for a reason. Talk this shit I'm talking right now. You hungry, strong, killing nigga. For nothing. You heard me all through. That out of y'all gonna let them off too? And he ain't going there.
Yeah. I mean, he, you know, like, yeah, I walked around with him. He probably get away with it. It's like, that's how he works. Like, he says you. And it's that combination. He's like, he just got no chance. No chance.
Sister, I'm all the time. I'm all the time. You got motherfuckers say dusty and shit, rape the kids, all type of shit. White motherfuckers doing all type of sick ass shit. They sweep that shit up under the rug. These motherfuckers rape 30 motherfucking kids, but you sweep that shit up under the rug. Tell me about the 8. He said to me killing niggas since the 8. I was born 1954. You heard? Like, he said 1980. I wasn't even born.
Hey, I just got a call from the center. Check on us, to see what happened. The update, he said that one other's a military law enforcement told them that's all.
No, they talk about this money. Because all that shit got put in history book. You hear me? All the time. Hey, man. What's the real history? You hear me? All our black events. We come over all the way to fight. All shit you run. You run back in the day. We done came up with light bulbs. All of the shit. People love. Shit like that.
Two down, one up.
You hear me? Stop fight. You hear me? See, you do everything. You hear me? Do everything. History out. Let me hear some more history.
Beginning, we just two people doing it. Yeah, I'm serious.
Only one sweet.
I'm learning.
Go give them a granola bar. They
I
can
let
eat it.
somebody put me on
They can eat it.
I wouldn't do it.
You only see this few people out here. Hey, this ain't no joke. We are for real, bro. This ain't not. Bro, we on these hunters. Go sleep. We the ones that
warning? 2-minute warning?
2-minute warning.
The wire? The wire?
Good evening, and thanks for your patience. I'm a little late getting up here, so I have a statement at the very beginning here, and then we'll be happy to answer some questions when we're finished with that. But first and foremost, I'd like to again extend my deepest sympathies to the family of Michael Brown. As I've said in the past, I know that regardless of the circumstances here, they lost a loved one to violence, and I know that the pain that accompanies such a loss knows no bounds. On August 9th, Michael Brown was shot and killed by police officer Darren Wilson. Within minutes, various accounts of the incident began appearing on social media, accounts filled with speculation and little, if any, solid, accurate information. Almost immediately, neighbors began gathering and anger began growing because of the various descriptions of what had happened and because of the underlying tension between the police department and a significant part of the neighborhood. The St. Louis County Police conducted an extensive investigation at the crime scene, at times under very trying circumstances, interrupted at least once by random gunfire. Beginning that day and continuing for the next 3 months, along with the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation at the direction of Attorney General Eric Holder, located numerous individuals and gathered additional evidence and information. Fully aware of the unfounded but growing concern in some parts of our community that the investigation and review of this tragic death might not be full and fair, I decided immediately that all of the physical evidence gathered, all people claiming to have witnessed any part or all of the shooting, and any and all other related matters would be presented to the grand jury. Grand juries of 12 members of this community selected by a judge in May of this year, long before this shooting occurred. I would like to briefly expand upon the unprecedented cooperation between the local and the federal authorities. When Attorney General Holder first announced the federal investigation just days after the shooting, he pledged that federal investigators would be working with local authorities as closely as possible at every step of the way. and would follow the facts wherever they may take us. As General Holder and I both pledged, our separate investigations followed that trail of facts with no preconceived notion of where that journey would take us. Our only goal was that our investigation would be thorough and complete to give the grand jury, the Department of Justice, and ultimately the public all available evidence to make an informed decision. All evidence obtained by federal authorities was immediately shared with St. Louis County investigators. Likewise, all evidence gathered by St. Louis County Police was immediately shared with the federal investigators. Additionally, the Department of Justice conducted its own examination of all the physical evidence and performed its own autopsy. Another autopsy was performed at the request of the Brown family, and all of this information was also shared. Just as importantly, all testimony before the St. Louis County grand jury was immediately provided to the Department of Justice. So although the investigations are separate, both the local and the federal government have all of the same information and evidence. Our investigation and presentation of the evidence to the grand jury in St. Louis County has been completed. The most significant challenge encountered in this investigation has been the 24-hour news cycle and its insatiable appetite for something, for anything, to talk about, following closely behind with the nonstop rumors on social media. I recognize, of course, that the lack of accurate detail surrounding the shooting frustrates the media and the general public and helps breed suspicion among those already distrustful of the system. Yet those closely guarded details, especially about the physical evidence, give law enforcement a yardstick for measuring the truthfulness of witnesses. Eyewitness accounts must always be challenged and compared against the physical evidence. Many witnesses to the shooting of Michael Brown made statements inconsistent with other statements they made and also conflicting with the physical evidence. Some were completely refuted by the physical evidence. As an example, before the results of the private autopsy were released, witnesses on social media, during interviews with the media, and even during questioning by law enforcement, claimed that they saw Officer Wilson stand over Michael Brown and fire many rounds into his back. Others claimed that Officer Wilson shot Mr. Brown in the back as Mr. Brown was running away. However, once the autopsy findings were released showing that Michael Brown had not sustained any wound to the back of his body, no additional witnesses made such a claim, and several witnesses adjusted their stories in subsequent statements. Some even admitted that they did not witness the event at all, but merely repeated what they heard in the neighborhood or others or assumed had happened. Fortunately for the integrity of our investigation, almost all initial witness interviews, including those of Officer Wilson, were recorded. The statements and the testimony of most of the witnesses were presented to the grand jury before the autopsy results were released by the media and before several media outlets published information and reports that they received from a D.C. government official. The jurors were therefore, prior to the time that released information going public and what followed in the news cycle, the jurors were able to have already assessed the credibility of the witnesses, including those witnesses whose statements and testimony remained consistent throughout every interview and were consistent with the physical evidence in this case. My two assistants began presenting to the grand jury on August 20th. The evidence was presented in an organized and orderly manner. The jurors gave us a schedule of when they could meet. All 12 jurors were present for every session, and all 12 jurors heard every word of testimony and examined every item of evidence. Beginning August 20th and continuing until today, the grand jury worked tirelessly to examine and re-examine all of the testimony of the witnesses and all of the physical evidence. They were extremely engaged in the process, asking questions of every witness, requesting specific witnesses, requesting specific information, and asking for certain physical evidence. They met on 25 separate days in the last 3 months, heard more than 70 hours of testimony from about 60 witnesses, and reviewed hours and hours of recordings of media and law enforcement interviews by many of the witnesses who testified. They heard from 3 medical examiners and experts on blood, DNA, toxicology, firearms, and drug analysis. They examined hundreds of photographs, some of which they asked be taken. They examined various pieces of physical evidence. They were instructed on the law and presented with 5 indictments ranging from murder in the first degree to involuntary manslaughter. Their burden was to determine, based upon all of the evidence, if probable cause exists to believe that a crime was committed and that Darren Wilson is the person who committed that crime. There is no question, of course, that Darren Wilson caused the death of Michael Brown by shooting him, but the inquiry does not end there. The law authorizes a law enforcement officer to use deadly force in certain situations. The law also allows all people to use deadly force to defend themselves in certain situations. So the grand jury considered whether Wilson was the initial aggressor in this case, or whether there was probable cause to believe that Darren Wilson was authorized as a law enforcement officer to use deadly force in this situation, or if he acted in self-defense. I detail this for 2 reasons. First, so that everyone will know that, as promised by me and Attorney General Holder, there was a full investigation and presentation of all evidence and appropriate instruction of law to the jury, to the grand jury. Second, as a caution to those in and out of the media who will pounce on a single sentence or a single witness and decide what should have happened in this case based on that tiny bit of information. The duty of the grand jury is to separate fact from fiction. After a full and impartial and critical examination of all the evidence in the law, and decide if that evidence supported the filing of any criminal charges against Darren Wilson. They accepted and completed this monumental responsibility in a conscientious and expeditious manner. It is important to note here, and say again, that they are the only people who have heard and examined every witness and every piece of evidence. They discussed and debated the evidence among themselves before arriving at their collective decision. After their exhaustive review of the evidence, the grand jury deliberated over 2 days, making their final decision. They determined that no probable cause exists to file any charge against Officer Wilson and returned a no true bill on each of the 5 indictments. The physical and scientific evidence examined by the grand jury, combined with the witness statements supported and substantiated by that physical evidence, tells the accurate and tragic story of what happened. A very general synopsis of the testimony and the physical evidence presented to the grand jury follows. Please note that, as I have promised, the evidence presented to the grand jury, with some exceptions, and the testimony of the witnesses called to the grand jury will be released at the conclusion of this statement. At approximately 11:45 a.m. on Saturday, the 9th of August, Ferguson Police Officer Darren Wilson was dispatched to the North Winds apartment complex for an emergency involving a 2-month-old infant having trouble breathing. At approximately 11:53, while still at the North Winds call, Wilson heard a radio broadcast for a stealing in progress at a market on West Florissant. The broadcast also included a brief description of the suspect, a black male wearing a white T-shirt who took a box of Swisher cigars. Other officers were dispatched to that store. Officer Wilson remained with the mother and the infant until EMS arrived to transport them to the hospital. Officer Wilson then left North Winds complex in this Ferguson police vehicle, a Chevy Tahoe SUV, and drove west on Canfield towards West Florissant. An additional description of the stealing suspect was broadcast about that time, wearing a red hat, yellow socks, khaki shorts, and he was with another male. As Officer Wilson was attending to his emergency call on North Winds, Michael Brown and a companion were in a local convenience store on West Florissant. Michael Brown's activity in that store was recorded by the store security cameras. The video, often played following its release in August by the Ferguson Police Department, shows Michael Brown grabbing a handful of cigarillos and heading toward the exit without paying. As Michael Brown and his companion left the store, someone inside the store called the police. After crossing West Florissant, the two walked east on Canfield in the middle of the street, Mr. Brown directly behind his companion. As Officer Wilson continued west on Canfield, he encountered Michael Brown and his companion still walking in the middle of the street. As Wilson slowed or stopped as he reached Mr. Brown, he told them to move to the sidewalk. Words were exchanged, and they continued walking down the middle of the street. As they passed, Wilson observed that Michael Brown had cigarillos in his hand and was wearing a red hat and yellow socks. At approximately 12:02 p.m., Wilson radioed that he had two individuals on Canfield and needed assistance. Officer Wilson backed his vehicle at an angle, blocking their path and blocking the flow of traffic in both directions. Several cars approached from both east and west but were unable to pass the police vehicle. An altercation took place at the car with Officer Wilson seated inside the vehicle and Mr. Brown standing at the driver's window. During the altercation, 2 shots were fired by Officer Wilson while still inside the vehicle. Mr. Brown ran east on Canfield and Officer Wilson gave chase. Near the corner of Canfield and Copper Creek, Mr. Brown stopped and turned back towards Officer Wilson. Officer Wilson also stopped. As Michael Brown moved toward Officer Wilson, several more shots were fired by the officer, and Michael Brown was fatally wounded. Within seconds of the final shot, the assist car arrived. Less than 90 seconds passed between Officer Wilson's first contact with Michael Brown and his companion and the arrival of that assist car. During the investigation, many eyewitnesses were interviewed by various media outlets. Several others chose not to talk to the media, but contacted law enforcement directly. Witnesses were interviewed by local and federal law enforcement, sometimes together, sometimes separately, but all statements were provided to the other party. All previous statements of witnesses who testified before the grand jury were also presented to the grand jury, whether they were media interviews or whether they were interviews by the FBI or by the county police department. The statements of all witnesses, civilian, law enforcement, and experts, were challenged, of course, by other law enforcement, by the prosecutors, and by the grand jurors themselves. A common and highly effective method of challenging a statement is to compare it to the previous statements of the witness for consistency and to compare it with the physical evidence. Physical evidence does not change because of public pressure or personal agenda. Physical evidence does not look away as events unfold, nor does it block out or add to memory. Physical evidence remains constant and as such is a solid foundation upon which cases are built. When statements changed, witnesses were confronted with the inconsistencies and conflicts between their statements and the physical evidence. Some witnesses admitted they didn't actually see the shooting or only saw a part of the shooting or only repeating what they had heard on the street. Some others adjusted parts of their statements to fit the facts. Others stood by original statements even though their statements were completely discredited by the physical evidence. Several witnesses described seeing an altercation in the car between Mr. Brown and Officer Wilson. It was described as tussling, wrestling, a tug of war, or just some movement. Several other witnesses described Mr. Brown as punching Officer Wilson while Mr. Brown was partially inside the vehicle. Many of the witnesses said they heard a gunshot while Mr. Brown was still partially inside the vehicle. At least one witness said that no part of Mr. Brown was ever inside the vehicle and that the shot was fired through an open window while Mr. Brown was standing outside. The vehicle and Officer Wilson's clothing and equipment were examined by various technicians and scientists. Mr. Brown's blood and/or DNA were located on the outside of the driver's door. His blood and DNA were also found on the outside of the left rear passenger door of the police vehicle. Mr. Brown's blood or DNA was found on the inside of the driver's door, the upper left thigh of Officer Wilson's pant leg, the front collar of Officer Wilson's shirt, and on Officer Wilson's weapon. Additionally, a bullet fired from Officer Wilson's weapon was located inside the driver's door. The shot was fired from inside the vehicle, striking the door in a downward angle at the armrest. The second bullet was not recovered. Regarding the gunshot wound to Mr. Brown, it should be noted that the 3 separate autopsies were conducted. One by St. Louis County Medical Examiner's Office, one by a private pathologist, and one by the Department of Defense Armed Forces Medical Examiner. The results of all 3 autopsies are consistent with one another in all significant respects. Mr. Brown had a gunshot graze wound of the right thumb. The path of that bullet is away from the tip of the hand. Soot, consistent with a close range gunshot, is present inside that wound. Officer Wilson also had a medical examination which indicated some swelling and redness to his face. Almost all witnesses stated that after they heard the shot fired while Mr. Brown was at the car, he hesitated and then ran east on Canfield. Most stated that almost immediately, Officer Wilson got out of his vehicle and chased after him. Some witnesses stated Wilson fired at Mr. Brown as he chased after him, striking him. At least one witness saying he struck, or one of those shots struck Mr. Brown. Others stated that he did not fire until Mr. Brown turned and came back toward Officer Wilson. At least one witness stated that as Officer Wilson got out of his vehicle, he shot Mr. Brown multiple times as Mr. Brown stood next to the vehicle. Yet another witness stated that Officer Wilson stuck his gun out the window and fired at Mr. Brown as Mr. Brown was running. One witness stated there were actually 2 police vehicles and 4 officers present, but only one officer fired a weapon. Most witnesses agreed that near the corner of Canfield and Copper Creek, Mr. Brown stopped and turned around facing Officer Wilson. Some said Mr. Brown did not move toward Officer Wilson at all, but was shot multiple times as he stood near the corner with his hands raised. In subsequent interviews with law enforcement or their testimony before the grand jury, many of the same witnesses acknowledged that they didn't actually see the shooting. Some were running for cover, some were relating what they heard from others, or as I said, what they assumed happened in that case. Several other witnesses maintained their original statement that Mr. Brown had his hands in the air and was not moving toward the officer when he was shot. Others said that he was shot, excuse me. Several witnesses stated that Mr. Brown did not raise his hands at all, or that he raised them briefly and then dropped them and turned toward Officer Wilson, who then fired several rounds. Other witnesses stated that Mr. Brown stopped for a very brief period, then moved toward Officer Wilson again. One described his movement toward Officer Wilson as a full charge. According to some witnesses, Officer Wilson stopped firing when Mr. Brown stopped moving toward him and resumed firing when Mr. Brown started moving toward him again. These witnesses did not make any statements to the media. The description of how Mr. Brown's hands raised his hands or the position of his hands is not consistent among the witnesses. Some described his hands as being out to his side, some said in front of him with his palms up. Others said his hands were raised near his head or were by his shoulders. Still others said they were in front of his chest or down by his stomach. Others described his hands as being in a running position or in fists. There are also various witness statements regarding Mr. Brown's movement after he stopped and turned back toward Officer Wilson. Several witnesses said Mr. Brown never moved toward Officer Wilson and was shot where he stood at the corner. Most said that the shots were fired as he moved toward Wilson. Mr. Brown's movements were described as, they said, on walking, moving fast, stumbling, or a full charge. Like other aspects of this case, the varying descriptions were sometimes provided by the same witnesses in subsequent statements or testimony. The entire area was processed by the St. Louis County Crime Scene Unit. A total of 12 rounds were fired by Officer Wilson. 2 shots at the car, 10 more shots farther east on Canfield. Mr. Brown sustained a graze wound to his thumb while standing next to the vehicle. He sustained 6 or 7 more gunshot wounds, depending upon whether one of the shots was an entry or a re-entry wound. Mr. Brown sustained a second graze wound, another graze wound, to his right bicep. He also sustained wounds to his right forearm, upper front right arm, lateral right chest, upper right chest, forehead, and top of the head. The top of the head, forehead, and perhaps the upper right chest were consistent with his body being bent forward at the waist. Except for the first and last wounds, the medical examiners are unable to determine the order of the shots. The graze wound to the thumb sustained at the vehicle is likely the first wound. It was the only close-range shot The shot to the top of the head was most likely the last. It would have rendered him immediately unconscious and incapacitated. Mr. Brown's body was located approximately 153 feet east of Officer Wilson's car. Mr. Brown's blood was located approximately 25 feet farther east, past his body. A nearby tenant, during a video chat, inadvertently captured the final 10 shots on tape. There was a string of several shots, followed by a brief pause, followed by another string of several shots. As I stated earlier, the evidence and the testimony excuse me, will be released following this statement. I'm ever mindful that this decision will not be accepted by some and may cause disappointment for others. But all decisions in the criminal justice system must be determined by the physical and scientific evidence and the credible testimony corroborated by that evidence, not in response to public outcry or for political expediency. Decisions on a matter as serious as charging an individual with a crime simply cannot be decided on anything less than a complete critical examination of all available evidence. Anything less is not justice. It's my sworn duty and that of the grand jury is to seek justice and not simply obtain an indictment or a conviction. I do want to say that, look, during this extremely tense and painful time that we have, the citizens of this community should be, and I know are, very mindful of the fact that the whole world is watching and watching how we respond and how we react. And I would urge each and every one of them that with the loss that was suffered by the Brown family, no young man should ever die. This is a loss of a life, and it's a tragic loss regardless of the circumstances. But it's opened old wounds, and it's given us an opportunity now to address those wounds, as opposed to in the past where they just fade away. For how many years have we been talking about the issues that lead to incidents like this, and yet after a period of time it just sort of fades away. So I urge everybody who's engaged in the conversation, who's engaged in the demonstrations, to keep that going, to stay with that, not to let that go, and to do it in a constructive way, a way that we can profit from this, a way that we can benefit from this by changing the structure, by changing some of the issues, by solving some of the issues that lead to these sorts of things. I join with Michael Brown's family and with the clergy and with anyone else and everyone else, the NAACP and the Urban League, and every government official and every private citizen that you've heard in urging everyone to continue the demonstrations, continue the discussion, address the problems, but do so in a constructive way and not in a destructive way. So I have time for a few questions now. I'll just kind of start over here. Yes, sir. Gentleman in the black sweater.
The grand jury made this decision unanimously. And can you also tell us whether you presented any charges, recommended any charges to be brought by this grand jury?
To the first question is whether the vote, the grand jury by statute is not allowed, nor am I or anyone else allowed to ask or to discuss the vote or the deliberations themselves. You know, the grand jury is a very secret process, and it should be in order to protect that secrecy, to protect the witnesses so that people can come out and talk about and speak freely in there. Jury deliberations in the grand jury, or a trial jury, they're not recorded. And in a trial, of course, they're unanimous, but by statute, the grand jury is not allowed, nor is anyone allowed to ask what the verdict, or I'm sorry, what the vote was, nor are they allowed to, or anyone allowed to ask what the discussion was, the opinions expressed by the other grand jurors. I didn't present, no. My two assistants did all of the presentation in the grand jury. We prepared, as their legal advisors, of course, as we do in every case, potential charges for that, and presented, in this case, we presented 5 charges, 5 indictments to them. Yes, sir.
I heard you describe some very problematic witness statements. Do any rise to the level of you going after perjury charges?
No, I think there are a number of witnesses, in all honesty, that truly believe what they said. And the ones who who were consistent throughout, even in the face of their testimony being in conflict with the physical evidence that was there. I think they truly believe that's what they saw, but they didn't. So no, some of the others, yes, were making it up, but they all pretty much acknowledged that they saw parts and then made up other things. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Bob, there have been many that have been critical of this process, calling it a secret trial. Do you regret taking this to the grand jury? Do you wish there had been a coroner's jury, some other forum for presenting this evidence?
No, not at all. I certainly don't regret taking this. I think that was a good decision to take this to the grand jury.
This is the scene outside of the Ferguson Police Department.
And Jay Dixon, he's the one who told us all.
Hey, I need to be going on.
People were definitely frustrated about Clear City, Ferguson, this essentially is being for their kids here. And so that's really what the source of the frustration is here tonight. Reporting in Ferguson, Jenna Hitchard. You want to do one more? Okay. 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 I didn't know when you were coming back. I'll make it Okay. 3, 2, 1. We're outside of the Ferguson Police Department where a lot of people are gathering. It was definitely very tense.
Guys, let's shuffle this way.
Things are really heated up. So right now, there are organized protests kind of mulling about, but definitely a sense of frustration here tonight in Ferguson. Reporting in Ferguson, I'm Jenna Hitchard. How did that work for them? You didn't like it? Well.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about Officer Wilson's testimony and perhaps his status tonight.
Well, I have no idea what his status is, but his testimony was, again, it's in the packet that'll be released. But his testimony and these are questions a lot that were asked by the grand jurors, as questioning him and challenging him on why he didn't use lesser force, why he didn't run away, and rather than get into the specifics of it, I will say that he did testify, of course, that he was sitting in the car and was punched by Mr. Brown. I think all of that information from his version out there is out there. I specifically didn't do that because, in any case, the target or the suspect has the most interest in the case, and so we don't put a whole lot of stock. We'd love to hear from him, but don't put a whole lot of stock or can't rely solely upon that testimony. So, yes, sir. the blue shirt.
You mentioned that there's video of the final 10 shots. Would that be released with the rest of the evidence that you're releasing tonight?
I mean, I just assume that microphone's going somewhere, but it's not
You
here.
mentioned that there was a video of the final 10 shots. Would that be released with the rest of the evidence?
No, there's not video, there's audio. He was on a video chatting in the background there, too. But yes, that should be in the packet. If it's not, we will get the audio out. Yes, sir. Kevin?
Mr. McCullough, I want to ask you a question. Imagining what the people who are protesting tonight might say, they'd say, look, this jury had 9 whites on it and 3 blacks. They'd say, you have a reputation, right or wrong, of being pro-police. What do you say to somebody who might be out there who thinks it wasn't justice? How do you boil it down? Why is this justice, this outcome?
You know, it's hard to boil down everything. That's why I said it has to be based upon all the information that's available. You could certainly take out a witness here, a witness there, and come to a different conclusion. But I think everyone has to look. They'll have the ability to look at every bit of evidence and information that was put on and all the testimony and can do that. And some, I understand some people have made up their minds both ways and are not going to change. And so there isn't a whole lot I can do. What I would urge them to do is express those feelings, express them in a constructive way, and try to make some changes so that nothing like this ever happens again. Yes, ma'am.
You just explained that we need to work on issues so that this kind of thing won't ever happen again. Can you explain what are some of those fixes that need to happen, and are any of them including whether or not police should shoot somebody whose hands are maybe at their stomach, maybe at their sides, or maybe up in the air, and they are unarmed?
Well, you know, it's difficult to answer. In fact, it's impossible to answer questions like that because there are so many variables that play into every case. And so there's just no real way to answer a question like that. And so you have to look at every bit of information and every case that comes in. The idea, I hope, is to avoid ever being in that situation. Yes, sir.
Mr. McCullough, you're somebody who's had his record questioned by many members of the community with cases that have happened in the past. So, I mean, how do you feel making this, announcing this decision, and what message do you think it sends to the community that says that they have had numerous members of that community, young, predominantly black males, killed by police with impunity? What kind of message do you think this decision says to them?
Well, a much better message than what you're sending, that young men being killed with impunity. They're not being killed with impunity. We look at every case that comes through, and whether they're young black men or young white men. We've had, young white men who tragically have been killed by police officers in situations. And we look at each and every one of those and hopefully learn from each and every one of those how to avoid being in that situation in the future, whether it's a justified shooting. So I think that's what has to go. And I think what the people in the community, they need to make their voices heard, and they need to address those issues so that we get those issues so that we're never in this position again. Yes, sir.
I think people looking at this from around the country are going to be struck by the fact that there is not a single law in the state of Missouri that protects and values the life of this young man who unquestionably was shot and killed dead. There's no dispute about that by the police officer. What do you say to people who wonder, is there something wrong with the laws here that allows this to happen, that after this happens says we just move on essentially, and that this is justice? Is this really justice? Or is there something wrong with the laws in the state that would say that this is okay?
It's another question that really I don't have an answer to that question, that what's wrong with the law. There are no laws to protect this. Every law out there is to protect the safety of every individual, regardless of their age and regardless of their race. And so if those laws are not working, then we need to work to change them. And that's about all that we can. That's not all of it, but that's what we should be doing. And that's where this needs to go from here. So, yes, sir.
Mr. McCullough, you've been accused by some of passing the buck by simply standing back and putting all this evidence in front of the grand jury rather than taking a stand. Isn't that what you were elected to do? Shouldn't you have taken a stand on this case?
Here's what you have to understand, and part of that system, there isn't anyone in the system, as part of the checks and balances we have in this system, is that no one office, no one individual has the ultimate or absolute authority. If charges were filed in this case, as they're filed in other cases, the case would still go to a preliminary hearing or to the grand jury. There still has to be a probable cause determination. No one can just file a charge and go directly to a jury trial. That just cannot happen. And we have an obligation to present the evidence. I don't know how anyone can say it was, we're passing the buck by gathering all this information and evidence and meeting with the grand jury. It's something we do on a weekly basis. We do it day in and day out, week in and week out. So it's certainly not passing the buck. Yes, ma'am, back in the corner there.
Hi, can you give the specific vote breakdown and what's the possibility of federal charges? Are those still possibility and outstanding?
I can't give you a vote breakdown because I don't know that, and neither I can't ask, nor can the grand jurors reveal that. The federal investigation is still ongoing. They have all the information, all the evidence that we have. They had it, as we got it. When we finished a day's worth of grand jury testimony, within a day or two, that was in the hands of the Department of Justice. When they did an interview, within hours, that was in the hands of the Department of Justice. So they will conduct their investigation as we did. They're looking at different types of laws, obviously, and different violations. So, but when we'll complete that, I have no insight into that. Yes, sir.
Did any witnesses refuse to testify, and if so, how was that handled?
I didn't hear the last part.
If any witnesses refused to testify, how was that handled?
There were a few witnesses who were not brought in, and they were witnesses who, one didn't make a statement. There were a couple who just disappeared. We spent a lot of time searching for them, and with the assistance of the FBI, but we're unable to locate a couple of them. So none of the information, even though in one case I think we had a statement from the witness, it wasn't presented to the grand jury. I think there were a couple of them. Yes, ma'am. I think we got time for a couple more here.
You cite Officer Wilson's description of Brown's movement towards him as a charge. Was there any other evidence that might have led the grand jury to conclude Wilson had reasonable cause for the use of deadly force?
Well, again, I think you have to have, I'm not privy to the deliberations, and so I can't say what they saw as highly significant or not, but they had all the information, and they were charged with, and they were told that here's what the law requires, that you consider all of the evidence and the information. And so it's not just, as in most cases, it is not just one bit of evidence that says, all right, that's it, that's all we need to hear. It's everything that is presented, which is why we wanted to make this as complete and thorough as possible. Yes, ma'am.
What justification are you going to be using to release the grand jury evidence? I know there's been some dispute as to whether a court order is going to be needed to present what it is you're saying you're able to present tonight.
It's I won't bore you with all the legal details and technicalities of it, but essentially it is now a closed investigation, which makes it an open file. It's a lot more complicated and complex than that, but essentially that's how the Sunshine Law operates. When it's a closed investigation, when it's a closed case, it's an open file. And so that's the basis, we're following the Sunshine Law. Although there's no specific request for it, I assume there would be a request, but I thought it was important in the first place to release the information. So, yes, ma'am.
Bob, obviously many are not happy with this decision tonight, especially the family of Michael Brown. If they are watching, what would you want to say to them this evening?
Well, as I said at the very outset, my heart goes out to them. Regardless of the circumstances, they lost a young man. They lost a young life. And I've said many times before that the pain that goes along with that loss is just something that most people can't understand. And so, but at the same time, everything was presented, and it's things don't, but everything was presented, everything was given to the grand jury, it was all put in front of them, and
Go ahead, desk. Well, I guess anything's possible. I don't know. I feel pretty safe at 2,500 feet. I'll talk to Rob. Yeah, he is. Okay. Yeah, you're still good. Okay, here we go, Rob.
Guess what? Fine. All right. All right, understood. Understood.
Okay. I will.
Strassen's the better call anyway. I know, thank you.
Nope.
let the man go.
Everybody watch out! Watch out, y'all, watch out!
Okay, watch out, y'all. Come on. Raise that your wrist now. Come on, son.
Has transpired since that announcement.
Watch out. Why you got that shotgun, man? Hey, I got them shotguns.
Can you say that one more
I
time?
got shotguns, man. I got shotguns. Y'all shoot now. Hey, I got shotguns, man.
Well, again, this is just kind of momentarily.
Why y'all got shotguns, man?
Up until that point, and the second obviously that
Black dude, please, come on, man. Why you got them fucking? That's what they want. Y'all out here with real fucking blood. This is what they wanted. Y'all got fucking shotguns? Why y'all got shotguns? Why y'all got shotguns?
They won't shoot y'all. I'm gonna stand close to you. I feel safe. I feel safe now. I feel safe. They're not gonna kill you. They'll kill me though. It's sad, but it's true. It's sad. Yeah.
The police line has been out and moved. They're all gone. This is exactly what the thing the protesters were saying they did not want to have happen. Those are two rubber bullets.
Those are certified shotguns. Like, they will blow us to pieces if they shoot us from right there. We will scatter. We will splatter everywhere.
But they don't realize how aggressive nature.
It's antagonistic. Very. They don't realize they walking around with fucking shotguns.
Right now,
why do y'all have shotguns, man? Do y'all even know? Yes. Do y'all know what y'all doing? It's fucking out here, man. Why do they have shotguns?
They got shotguns because they are told to use them when they have to.
News anchor, point out the shotguns, please!
Can you get the shotguns? Y'all get the guns? Yeah. All right, good. Thank you for getting the shotguns. Thank you for getting the shotguns.
Less lethal! They're less lethal!
Antagonistic by that, bro. I'm not gonna swarm around you, bro. It's free country, bro. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. What do you got? You're so tough. You're such a tough guy. Look at you. You're so fucking tough, bro. You're so tough. Look at you with that gun.
Please get on the sidewalk, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm not being aggressive, sir. Right, no, hey, stop being aggressive.
This way. Come this way.
This nigga strapped.
Really?
You are lawfully assembled. You need to disperse immediately. You will be subject to arrest now. You are unlawfully assembled. You need to disperse immediately or you will be subject to arrest. Do it now.
disperse immediately. You are unlawfully assembled and blocking the street. You need to get out of the street and disperse immediately, or you will be subject to arrest. Do it now.
You want that?
You are unlawfully assembled. You need to get out of the street immediately, or you will be subject to arrest. Do it now. You are all unlawfully assembled. If you are in the middle of the street, you need to get out of the street or you will be subject to arrest. Do it now. Fuck y'all! If you are in the streets blocking the roadway, you are unlawfully assembled. You need to disperse immediately or you will be subject to arrest. Do it now. The street, you are unlawfully assembled. You need to get out of the street immediately or you will be subject to arrest.
Right here.
If you are in the street, you need to get out of the street immediately or you will be subject to arrest.
We are actually right by
If you are in the street, you need to exit the street immediately or you will be subject to arrest. Do it now.
You're all going to hell. You're all going to hell. Look at those guns. You're murderers. You're murderers. Look at you. Your hand is on the trigger. Your hand is on the trigger. I'm afraid now.
Yeah, we're peaceful people. Oh my God. We are peaceful people. Look at that.
We are peaceful.
Oh my God.
Disperse immediately and stop throwing objects at law enforcement. Do it now.
He's good, man. What happened to him? Let him go. He's good. What happened? He's good. Lord, you right? Lord. What happened to him? Where are you from, man?
Stop throwing objects at the police immediately, or you will be subject to arrest.
Where'd you lose that? Hey, we're going to walk back down toward Suburban and
They're throwing tear gas. We're running back to the car.
Give me my phone back!
All right, come in here, sir. Hang on, we're waiting for the president.
fact that he understands that there are many people that want to see change happen in this country, but will not use violence and will not break the law to speak out about it. Just let you be here with our crew. It makes you feel like you're walking up on this after having taken cover. So a live look here from a tower camera that we have over the scene there outside of the Ferguson Police Department. Just a couple of things to note. August 9th is when this incident occurred, with Officer Darren Wilson and Michael Brown having an exchange. The St. Louis County prosecutor describing that in great detail based on what he called excessive, extreme physical evidence that the grand jury considered. Michael Brown was 18 years old. At one point, the prosecutor did describe that there was blood beyond the point where Michael Brown's body came to rest, which indicates he may have gone further and then come back. The Missouri governor did address the state of Missouri earlier today around 5 o'clock, trying to help prepare the city for a decision he said he did not know. So the St. Louis County Police Department is telling us now that what was used to break up the crowd was smoke and not tear gas. And this is often the case, and even when we're there on the scene, we work to confirm this information before we ever put it on TV. But because you are watching a web broadcast, things can unfold a little more fluidly than we might allow to happen on television. But we are trying to confirm what is being used. So sometimes that's what those are. What they can be is it looks like some sort of a firework, but they are normally smoke canisters being fired out into the crowd to put smoke up to disperse the crowd. This was something that before the protests originally occurred, after the initial shooting there in Ferguson, Missouri, many people in the Midwest and Kansas City and St. Louis might not have known that's what they were. It's not a scene you see very often in either of our cities. Definitely seemed to be a line of police vehicles moving forward, which we've now appear to have stopped, and maybe now moving again. So Shannon, I understand you're on the phone with us now, and a lot has unfolded since the president began speaking. Can you get us up to speed here?
Yeah, we are just trying to drive away from the area right now because police officers just fired off several other, it appears to be tear gas now. People are coughing and they are rubbing their eyes and pouring water on their face. Several people are wearing gas masks. People are now falling to the ground trying to cover their face. Like I said, we're in the car, so we're trying to get away from it to try and not have those effects. Just as the president just started speaking, though, as you mentioned, several people were south of the police station. Once again, just think we heard 4 more pops, which may have just been gunshots from a crowd that is running away from the police that are firing off the smoke. Several people more jumping down to the ground now. Very chaotic situation. This South Florissant Avenue, which is outside of the police station, as I mentioned, is a very chaotic scene. The crowd seems to be moving north, still feeling the effects of the smoke or the gas. So it's just a lot going on right now. Oh, and we are just coming up to the beauty world, and there are several people that are looting it right now. They are jumping into the window. They are breaking the glass. We're just, like I said, trying to avoid this situation and get out of this area. But we will continue to keep you updated. We're going to just avoid this for right now. So I'll give you a call back in a little
That's
bit.
okay. Shannon, it's okay. Explaining to us that a business right near where they are is being broken into as we speak, with broken glass and people entering that beauty supply store. It cannot go without noting that directly over a line of police in heavy riot gear, moving a wall of vehicles toward protesters, are the lit up signs of Season's Greetings. It is a time that this is supposed to be time with family and celebration, and most everyone I've spoken with tonight, at least in exchange on social media, very concerned about friends and family there in the St. Louis area, very concerned about anybody they know living and working in the St. Louis area, and at a time when many people are set to be getting in vehicles to travel to see family. And this is the scene here in Ferguson, Missouri, where they are already decorated for the holidays. So definitely looting happening. We've heard firsthand accounts of that from witnesses there, reporters on the scene seeing it happen. Let's see if we can hear what's going on here. Is that something over the loudspeaker? People with face masks on, perhaps here a few months ago covering it, and have learned to come with gear if you are a reporter covering this. The helicopter in the scene. We've heard reports of helicopters being over the scene here. It is a surreal moment when your reporters leave your newsroom in Kansas City to head to cover a story, a big story, and take gas masks with them in order to be able to be there to cover this for the viewers that we have here at KSHB.com and who trust us here at 41 Action News. Here to seem to be able to hear a police scanner of sorts or police messaging. course, you're watching this with us where there is a vehicle fully engulfed. We are unable to confirm if that is one of the St. Louis County police cars we were seeing vandalized earlier, but there's definitely seems to be wording on the back of that back of that car, and it's parked directly in front of some other police vehicles. And so it's just going to we'll have to figure that out at a later time if this is maybe even perhaps the vehicle we were seeing be vandalized when our reporter Jenna Henchard and her cameraman happened to be in that place at the time at which the rioters and the protesters started to vandalize a police car. But again, not clear if that's the one we're looking at, but definitely a car fully engulfed here in Ferguson, Missouri. Now, there's the season's greeting sign we've been watching as things have advanced, and there is that car fire from a different vantage point there on the ground. Now, I'm not an expert. Yeah, I was a little concerned about explosions here because any vehicle does have flammable liquids on board. And with a car fully engulfed, it does make you nervous about any sort of explosions that come from that car fire.
That's gunshot.
Get over there now. Get over there now.
Get over where?
On the other side. All that says I. I didn't even hear one I. Fuck that.
You want us to go faster?
You said what, bitch?
You want us to go faster? Is that what you said?
No, I want you to get the fuck on. Cause y'all the motherfucking reason that we turned, y'all the motherfuckers who turned the motherfucking monkeys.
I'm the reason the what?
You help the motherfucking system. So get your ass on. When you tell this story, you gonna tell them that
I'm not telling any story. I'm just shooting what's going on. I'm not a reporter.
You don't want him to film? Get your motherfucking ass on. You on the film?
No.
Yes, you are. You motherfucking liar.
Get out that van, your head. Come on, man. You out that van. Tell him to go forward then.
Hey. Motherfucking media, motherfucking system. I'm telling you. Back up, bro.
Go forward, Raul.
Well, we haven't failed yet. And when it does fail, what happens? What is the tear gas thing? Can you see it? Oh, he's moved up there. Yeah.
No, it's still there.
Can you see it?
I can see an edge of it right here.
Shuli, what happened was when the announcement was being made by Bob McCullough, somebody came with a very large speaker system and the announcement was played on the speaker so that the crowd could hear it and they were listening intently. And then they worked out from what he was saying that there would be no indictment for Officer Darren Wilson. The chant went out, no indictment, no indictment. Some of them approached the barriers where the police were guarding the Ferguson Police headquarters and started throwing bottles of water and rocks and even a gas mask at them. but they quickly dispersed and went down the street. Now, the organizers said they were going to go and pay their respects to Mike Brown, who was the 18-year-old teenager shot on the 9th of August. But what happened on the way to the memorial that exists where he died, some of the crowd overturned the police vehicle, and also they started looting some of the shops. Now, the police weren't having any. They immediately went on the tannoy and said, if you don't disperse, you will be arrested or subject to tear gas. And sure enough, that's what happened. There's a large crowd running back down the street towards the Ferguson police headquarters. And tear gas quickly followed. Now, police say that they only fired smoke canisters, and it's true that they did indeed fire smoke canisters as well.
Yeah.
They definitely fired tear gas. Now we have a situation with random gunshots going off. It's difficult to know whether that is protesters who are carrying weapons or whether it's the police. And we have an uneasy standoff here. Most of the protesters have dispersed from this immediate area. What you're looking at, I think, on the screen is pictures outside the police headquarters of the fire station in central Ferguson. A couple of St. Louis County armored personnel vehicles with lots of police in riot gear. But as of this moment, no protesters in the immediate vicinity of shooting.
There's some more. Actually, that looks like a beat. Yeah.
Group of looters at the family dollar with the source at Ferguson. There are large groups of looters that are family dollars down the road. There was definitely clear.
The protesters say that this protest, which has indeed been building since August the 9th, when teenager Michael Brown was shot by the police officer Darren Wilson, they say that this is bigger than Michael Brown now. But what this is about is they're looking, I'm just hesitating because there's a cloud of what could be tear, in fact I think it is tear gas coming over us, but it's being diluted now, thank goodness. What they want is, you see, African Americans have a very contentious, very fractious relationship with the police. And in a way, Michael Brown's death was the straw that broke the camel's back, as it were, so to speak. There have been lots of other incidents involving young African American men, and the protesters here want change. They want that to stop. They want the terrible relationship that exists between African Americans and the police to change. They also want justice for Michael Brown and all the other people who've been killed or harassed on a daily basis by the police force here, and in other parts of the United States as well.
Great is when you get in the shower later.
Quite frankly, they're looking to be treated with some respect, because there is no respect on either side between the police and many in the Afro-Caribbean community, African-American community, and that is something else that's got to change. And lots of people here feel that this is a tipping point in history, that this is actually, you know, the world is watching as it is now, and the moment is right. You know, it's time for this to change and for things to move forward. And the protesters say the authorities hope they'll go away. They will not.
Man, I would think I'm okay. I'm actually fine. Green Beret. What's that? For a little bit. Most of my time I was at Fort Campbell. Well, not most of my time I was in the Middle I was in Yemen whenever they got the flat. That was fucking glorious time. They have a different way here. They fire mortars. Oh, wow.
Well, you know, Shuli, it's a remarkable statistic. Every 28 hours in the United States, an African-American young man is shot by the police. Every 28 hours that happens. I think that figure is shot dead, not just shot.
Medically retired.
So there's a very real problem with many of the police forces in the country, and particularly the African-American community, but also the Hispanic communities as well, and other communities. And it comes to pass in many ways because here in Ferguson, this is a small town on the edge of St. Louis in Missouri, in the middle of the country. Police forces is quite small. It's made up mainly of local people. It's not really equipped for big events, which is the case now. On this occasion, it's been backed up by the federal authorities. But it's not. Police force, they've got their traditions and their history, and the community has its, and never the train shall meet sometimes. That's the way it's been. But Mike Brown's death seems to have sparked something in the country. Hell, that's where people realise that this is going on. I think Mike probably didn't realise he knew it was going on, but chose to ignore it. Now, there's a sense that the time has come to change this. You're right, it's going to take a long time. Just look at the pictures now and speak to the lack of trust between the two sides. The National Guard, of course, has been active as the governor of Missouri State. He was a Democratic governor. Activate the state of emergency, which is what he needs to do in order to get the National Guard on the street. He got a lot of criticism because there was no state of emergency activated. So yes, the National Guard is here now and paid for. I don't know whether that was a National Guard vehicle that went by or not. I know earlier there was a full-blown tank in there, a mini tank, I saw that, and that caused the justice to get by. But I think these vehicles here, what I could tell from my...
All right, continuing to watch the scenes there this evening in Ferguson, Missouri. Unfortunately, they seem to get worse and worse as the evening goes on. We do have the mayor of Kansas City on the phone now, Sly James. Mayor, are you with us?
I am.
Mayor, what have you heard about what is happening in Kansas City so far tonight? Any reports of problems?
I have not heard any reports of any problems at this stage, and frankly, I don't believe that we will. At least that's my belief. And at this point, my belief is being borne out by the facts.
Mayor James, this is Krista Dubill, and I know you and I have had discussions about race and things that you have seen in your lifetime. And the president talked tonight about there being problems in this country, and these are problems that black people are not making up. I wondered what you think about where we go from here, one from Ferguson's standpoint and as a nation.
I agree with the president. These are problems that are not being made up. These are problems that I've experienced in my life. So I speak from experience, and I don't think that I would be dishonest to say that these problems are not in the past. They occur today. Where do we go from here? We have to, as a nation, get over our squeamishness about addressing issues of race. It is almost impossible to have a meaningful discussion on the topic. One side feels aggrieved and aggressive. The other side feels defensive and argumentative, and you never get to the nut of the matter. Bottom line is that we do have issues of race, just as we have issues of gender, just as we have issues regarding whether or not you're gay or straight. And all of those things need to be confronted and dealt with an understanding that regardless of what color we are, what sex we are, whether we're gay or straight, we're all human beings, we're all Americans, we're all Kansas Cityans. And at the end of the day, that's really all that matters.
So along those same lines then, Mayor, what are your personal thoughts on the grand jury's decision tonight?
I don't have really personal thoughts on the grand jury's decision. I'm a lawyer. I've always been a lawyer in my adult life, and I know from personal experience that it is a fool's errand to try to guess and speculate about the evidence that was presented in a place where you weren't there. I will say this with all respect to all parties. A young man is dead. A police officer shot him. I feel sorry for everybody involved in this mess. I particularly feel for the parents of this young man who now have to live with this in whatever permutations it is, and everybody else involved. First of all, it seems like every time we turn around, somebody's getting killed. And we as a nation kill too many people too often, and it's time for us to look at that as well. But the bottom line is that the jury has rendered its decision. We need to figure out where do we go from here. How do we address the issue in a positive way?
Mayor, along the lines of what you were saying earlier about people being squeamish about having these discussions, that it can be uncomfortable for both parties. First step, what do you want? You want to talk tomorrow?
Do I want to talk tomorrow?
Do you want to sit? What do we do? What do we do from here? What do we do to start? What's the first step you take as the mayor of Kansas City in light of this?
Well, you know, I was at an award ceremony for Greg Graves last night with the Jewish Federation, and they talk about justice and tolerance and continuing the struggle. They're a good organ for discussions about race and bigotry and how we overcome it. I think that we ought to be discussing it all the time, every day. We need to address the issue, and we need to address it honestly and recognize that, yeah, it's going to be squeamish at first, but we have to get past that squeamishness and get down to brass tacks. Now, I would be disrespectful of other people's opinions if I thought that I had the answers. What I do have is a willingness to have the conversation.
Sure, and that's what it takes, that from all sides, a willingness to have a conversation. Mayor, I know that you're aware that there's just a handful of people who have gathered in Kansas City for a peaceful protest. We do have a live look at just the very few that have gathered in response to what's happened at Ferguson. I know you are aware of this. I know the police chief is aware of this. He's tweeted about this and thanking Kansas City for its calm response to what's happening on the other part of our state with that.
Yeah, Mayor, what would you say to someone who's watching, maybe who's considering protesting over the next few days? Unfortunately, as you well know, this probably will not be a one-night thing in Ferguson. We're probably going to see protests for who knows how long to come because of this, not only there but around the country. So what would you say to someone who is considering doing something violent in response to this?
Well, first of all, in terms of somebody simply protesting, by all means, I think that it is an American right to be able to voice your opinion in that kind of a way. And in fact, perhaps it would wake us up and we'd start to do things like vote and pay attention to our governance and those types of situations. Perhaps we could get back to that. With regards to violence, violence solves no problems. There is nothing that's going to come good out of violence in this situation. At the end of the day, the violence becomes the topic, and the issue for which the violence was rendered is lost. The subject will be the people committing violence, not the death of Michael Brown or this officer. We need to stay focused on the real issues here and not get distracted by the easy out. The easy out is picking up something and throwing it or lighting something on fire. The tough issue, and the one that has the most value, is to sit down, figure it out, work with people together in a collaborative way, and try and make something good out of an otherwise bad situation.
Mayor James, actually your comments mirror those almost exactly of Brown's parents, saying, and I quote here, "Answering violence with violence is not the appropriate reaction. Let's not make noise. Let's make a difference," end quote. From Michael Brown's parents today, trying to help keep some of the violent protesting from happening on this decision, which they admit is a very tough one to hear. So thank you, Mayor James, thank you. And any time you want to have this conversation, it takes every player in this city. So you just let us know how we can help contribute to that conversation.
I very, very much appreciate that, and I will take you up on that offer.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Thank you,
Mayor. All right, so we're continuing to look at these live pictures from Ferguson, Missouri. Streaming live on KSHB.com. We're about to cross over and go on air on Action 41 News in about 10 minutes from now, 10:15 or so roughly, we'll be live on television.
So we're continuing to watch this looting. There are more reports coming in, and as you can imagine, we are very leery of repeating anything that we are seeing come through on social media or even sometimes other news outlets until we can get confirmation they are actually happening, because as the prosecutor there in St. Louis County addressed this evening, that was a major issue during this investigation, was the different non-truths that would spin around on social media, get picked up and spread like wildfire. And oftentimes our job anymore is just as much about negating the faults as it is about telling you what is fact. So we continue to monitor the scene here, and we are monitoring all the discussions being had, and when things are confirmed, we'll let you know. But definitely looting definitely fires there in the area. We're seeing one of them. It may not be the only, is what we're understanding, and we continue to monitor this from Ferguson.
All right, so we should listen in now, I believe, to more of these live pictures. We'll get ready to go on the air. Again, we'll see you live on 41 Action News in about 10 minutes or so from now. In the meantime, we'll continue to watch these live pictures from Ferguson.
Nice shot.
I can't confuse, they're all getting in front of my shot. So. How much cable do I have? You have to, this. Power supply. What's your power? Send it right here with that. I'll send it with that. Change the audio. Huh? Change the audio to your pop.
Breaking news, no indictment. About 90 minutes to 2 hours ago, prosecutors announced they will not charge Officer Darren Wilson in the shooting death of Michael Brown.
We have live team coverage of tonight's highly anticipated decision. We start with Jenna Hanchard, who joins us live. She is near the Ferguson Police Department this evening. She's joining us live on the phone. We're seeing some terrible images here. Jenna, what are you seeing?
Behind me, I hope you see my picture right now, because behind me you can see there are two St. Louis County police cars that are on fire right now. And so the first one that you will sit further down the street, this happened shortly after the announcement came out about the indictment. And that's when people started to crash that car, and that car was set on fire, and then the other car was set on fire down. That's cracking. There's also a lot of police officers that are down there. Behind me on the other side, there is that is on fire. So there's a lot of people that have been extremely upset about the
Hearing her describe multiple cars now on fire after we watch that first police car be set to fire. But we are continuing to gather information from Jen, and when we get a little bit better signal, we'll go back to her. Shannon Halligan is also there in Ferguson, and she is right across from one of the fires that we're seeing. She says it's a building. Shannon, what can you tell us?
Well, you can see right behind me that this building is going up in flames right now. You can see that smoke next to that Little Caesars. That's part of the building there. It is an antique shop. We actually walked as a group of this crowd went in and smashed the window. They took some things out and started running. And then a little while later, that's when we started seeing the flames from the inside of the building. I don't know if you can also see just across the street from there that Walgreens. And there is a fire truck that is over there because someone had set the Walgreens on fire. We saw flames shooting from within there, but I think that they must have had a sprinkler system because that fire seems to be out. The flames have gone down. But if you look over at this building, this is just incredible. There's no one over here right now with this black smoke coming out of this antique shop. As I said, we watched as people were taking things out. We actually had to move our car because we didn't want to be too close to that. And then people started running. It looked like someone may have tried to go back in there and put the fire out, or maybe they were taking some more items from within the shop. But right now, it is just going up in flames. And the fire truck, like I said, is across the street, sitting outside of the Walgreens. I'm not sure if they're able to see that this is going up right now. But it's really a scary time, a chaotic scene here. People running in all directions, just looting so many of these businesses that we've seen out here today. I think police have just been overwhelmed with the direction that this has gone. But we will continue to keep you updated. As you can see, this building is just, we just have to stand here and it's so difficult to look at this.
Shannon, we've heard reports of police firing different things tonight, maybe tear gas, maybe beanbags. What have you seen from police?
Sorry, Justin, what was that one more time?
What are you seeing from police tonight as far as how they're responding? Are they firing tear gas or beanbags? Have you seen any of that?
Yes, maybe about an hour ago now, when we were closer to the police department and actually the fire station, which is right next to each other, down on South Florissant. That's where we did see tear gas. Wow, and if you're looking at these images right now, that this is just unbelievable. Someone's standing outside of this building now, holding up a sign as there are just flames shooting out behind him. Now we're starting to hear some sirens. I'm hoping that that is a fire truck that's coming to hopefully put out this fire, because it seems like it is starting to spread very quickly. We hear some glass shattering, and that, yes, we see some sirens, some police officers, it appears, an ambulance coming down the street here. Just very overwhelming right now.
All right, Shannon, stay right there because we're going to come back to you to get updates here, but we want to go back to Jenna Hancher. We've got her cell phone. I think it's a little better coverage this time. Jenna, I hear you're right near that fire, too.
We are. Can you see our picture or no?
Well, we're looking at different pictures. Describe what you're seeing and what's behind you, and we'll tell you if that's what we're seeing, too.
Well, we're on camera right now, and we definitely have a picture of a couple of cars, and those cars are on fire. So this all started right after that announcement. Came out, and people were here down by the police department, and they started throwing rocks at one of the St. Louis County police cars. And that's when they started to try to turn it over, and they set it on fire, and then set another police car on fire. And then also behind me, there is a dumpster, and they also set that on fire. So this entire street almost appears as if it's burning right now. And this kind of looks similar to what we saw back in August when Michael Brown was shot, and people were extremely upset. Set the Quick Trip on fire that was on West Florissant Street, and set a couple of other places on fire that was on West Florissant Street. So right now there's a couple of police officers that are here that are talking to people about what is going on. And so that's what's going on down here on the street. There was a lot of tear gas that was being used tonight. We were here back in August, and back in August there was tear gas that was being used sporadically, but as far as right now, there is more tear gas that we've seen recently that's being used, and it's definitely it's definitely a lot for people to take. And so they've been putting up bandanas, they've been putting up masks, they've been putting up different tear gas in order to get away from that tear gas.
And Jenna, Justin here, we understand you were near that tear gas earlier. Did it affect you?
All right, Shannon, I know you were talking to us about this burning building that you were right across from, and you were concerned about it starting to take over that building. It does appear that is what is happening from our vantage point. Tell us what you're seeing from yours.
Oh, and we are finally starting to see a fire truck come on scene right now, and you could see these flames just going up to the top of the building. It doesn't help that it's starting to get very windy out here as well, and you can see it is just fanning the flames. This is really just unbelievable because we have watched this as it's just continuing to spread. It's a relief that the fire department is finally here. As I said, they were just across the street at the Walgreens before this because someone had set a fire inside of the Walgreens there. I think that they must have had a sprinkler system because that did not spread, and as you can see, this is just taking over this entire building. We saw people looting other businesses up and down Florissant, North and South Florissant, but this is just incredible. Someone set fire after people broken into the door, taken things out, and now you can just see it just is completely engulfed in flames. The Little Caesar sign is completely on fire. This is unreal.
Just terrible, terrible images, Shannon. We've heard over the past few days that many business owners there had boarded up their windows to do whatever they could to try to prepare for tonight. Do you see that where you are? Are a lot of the businesses around this one that's on fire, are they boarded up?
Yeah, the ones on West Florissant, which is near that Quick Trip, a lot of those businesses were boarded up all up and down the street here. This is maybe a couple of blocks away from there. This is where the police department is, but we're maybe 10 blocks away from there still. So this is on North Florissant. And so not as many of the businesses were boarded up here because I don't think that there was that big of a concern that it would spread this way. And as I mentioned before, people were just running in all directions during this. After police fired that tear gas, people started running up and down the street and then breaking into different businesses. We saw them breaking into different beauty shops. We saw them breaking into dollar store. And then finally, when we came and we parked, we tried to get away from where most of the commotion was, and it seems that it's ending up right here. We watched as people broke into this store. Not really much that we can do except for try and move away from it, because there was maybe a group of 20 people or so who broke in the door here, and then just a few minutes later we saw that there was a fire started inside, and now you can see the aftermath of that. Not able to see if firefighters have even been able to start putting water onto the building yet, as we just see this. It's remarkable to see all of this fire
We're going to come back to you just a minute. I was curious about whether or not there are homes or any residential buildings around this, because when a fire gets that big, you worry about it jumping to another building. So we're going to let you kind of look into that and kind of get an idea of what else is going on as we continue our coverage here from what's happening in Ferguson.
And in that 35-minute news conference tonight, St. Louis County Prosecutor Bob McCullough laid out the reasons the grand jury chose not to indict Officer Wilson on any of the 5 charges available to them. Garrett Hake has been going through that testimony all night and joins us now live in the newsroom to kind of break it down for us. Garrett?
Justin, the grand jury met on 25 separate occasions and heard from more than 60 witnesses. And hearing from McCullough, if there was one overarching reason why the grand jury chose not to indict, it was conflicting testimony from all of those witnesses. All right, picking back up, the witness accounts that did match the physical evidence, like the blood trails, were damning. This is a journal entry from a witness that the grand jury was able to review after the fact. It describes Brown running from Officer Wilson, then stopping and, quote, running right at the cop like a football player with his head down. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of documents like these now becoming public, including Officer Wilson's first testimony. All of this in an attempt to pull the curtain back on a secret process which has left many questions and, as you can see, so much anger in its conclusion. Reporting live, Garrett Hake, 41 Action News.
Hey, Garrett, we know you're down there gathering more information. We'll come back to you momentarily. Now, less than an hour ago, President Obama spoke to the nation about the grand jury's decision. Here's some of what he had to say.
The fact is, in too many parts of this country, a deep distrust exists between law enforcement and communities of color. Some of this is the result of the legacy of racial discrimination in this country. And this is tragic because nobody needs good policing more than poor communities with higher crime rates. The good news is we know there are things we can do to help. And I've instructed Attorney General Holder to work with cities across the country to help build better relations between communities and law enforcement.
All right, again, that was the president addressing the nation just about an hour ago about the grand jury's decision tonight. Of course, going into tonight, a big concern is, would there be protests outside of Ferguson? Would there be protests all around the country, maybe even here in Kansas City? And we have a live look here for you now, I believe, of the plaza, the J.C. Nichols Fountain, just on the edge of the plaza, where we do appear to have some protesters.
You know, the chief of police also tweeting out tonight, thanking Kansas City for staying peaceful in this. Obviously, the idea of protesting anything you're not agreeing with in this country is encouraged by the Constitution, but doing it violently is not. So, again, the chief of police actually thanking people for doing this peacefully as this dozen or so people gather there at the J.C. Nichols Fountain.
Certainly does appear to be peaceful at this point. Hopefully it will stay that way. We also spoke with the mayor, Sly James, about 20 minutes ago on our live webcast on KSHB.com. He said similar things, you know, laying out that he felt that everyone had the right to protest, but to try to keep it peaceful.
Right. Jenna Hanchard now, they're in Ferguson. We're going to go back to her and get more of an update from our crews at the scene. Jenna.
Right, so a lot of people definitely very upset about what happened. We can see that based on what's happening right now on the street. You can see the cars that are still on fire. But I want to talk to some gentlemen that we stopped and talked with here. You said you're very hurt by what happened tonight, and why is that?
Because it's pathetic. I mean, it's worse than sad. It's disgusting. I mean, come on. One cop, one white man, and you ready to see the whole city burn? When we going to get justice? We trying to get death, not no peace. You know what I'm saying?
Now, I thank you very much. Your mom lived close to here.
7 blocks down, 1 street over to the
What's
left.
it been like for her? You've been talking to her.
This has been like 4th of July spring. You hear all the noise, see hit helicopters and so forth. It's 6 years plus. So, you know, some of the stuff she's seen up until now, she's scared. But at the same time, if you stand at home sitting behind a computer screen talking about what's going on, that's not cool. You can see her in the action because it could be your brother, my brother, anybody's brother. And for them not to press any charges or anything like that, it's never going to end. Right now in America, they set the playing field. American history is being broke by us right now. We're writing a new chapter in American history right now. Everything that's happening right now, just a reminder, is going to be talking history, huh?
Thank you guys very much for talking with us tonight, and stay safe. And this is just kind of a sample of what some people are feeling here tonight. People were frustrated because, remember, this wasn't a verdict, right? So this wasn't a decision about whether he was guilty or not. This was a decision on whether this should go to trial. And that's why people are so frustrated, because they thought that this should have gone to trial and that there should have been a discussion about the evidence, so we could have seen the facts at that point in time. So the fact for a lot of these people that this is not going to be going to trial in this format is where that frustration comes down. Thought that was going to be able to happen, and that's why you hear that frustration, especially from the gentleman that we talking about.
All right. Thank you very much, Jenna. We appreciate that. We were watching, while she was talking, those live images of what used to be a Little Caesars Pizza burned to the ground this evening. There it is now again. That fire is now not out, but well on its way to being put out.
You can see the destruction there at that building for sure. A bit ago, we gave you a little snippet of video that accidentally aired, but this is it. This is the looting that was happening at the Dollar Tree and different areas of St. Louis as you watch people go in through broken glass doors and come out carrying armfuls of product.
And you see one man there just running through what used to be a window, another one coming through there. So windows being shattered and just a big mess there.
And that just happens to be a place where a camera is. You have to imagine and wonder if it's happening in a lot of different areas around that the camera isn't absolutely trained on to catch this.
Shannon Halligan has been watching that fire we were just talking about at that Little Caesars Pizza. She joins us now live again on the phone. Shannon, that fire appears to be well on its way to being put out.
Yeah, after we had to wait a little while for the for the fire department rather to finally get here, you could see that they are able to tame a lot of those flames, but it is just a mangled mess. That was an antique shop on the right-hand side, and then on the left, that is what's left of a Little Caesars pizza shop. Across the street is the Walgreens, where we saw that there was a fire set in there, and it took the fire department a little while for them to finally realize that this building was on fire. Now, there are some homes that back up to the back of the building, and it appears that they were able to keep it contained to just this one building, although there is a lot of smoke, and I'm guessing going to be a lot of water damage following this. And we actually have a family from Ferguson here who came down. And you came down because this is your church behind you, right?
Yes, this is our church. My family goes to church here. My husband's been here for 44 years, his whole life. We were married in this church, and we raise our family here in Ferguson. I have 3 sons. They all go to school here, and we live a block away from where this is happening.
What are your thoughts seeing all this, just people running in every direction and breaking into so many businesses out here?
My thoughts are, number one, they don't live here. They come here. They wanted justice. The justice system went the course, served its purpose. I understand that they weren't happy with the verdict. I'm a mother. I have 3 sons as well. But it should not come to this. Should not burn down businesses and loot businesses. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, I have to be in fear for my church, for my family, for where I live because of things like this.
And you came down here to make sure that no one had broken in or...
Exactly, to the church, because the The Little Caesars is in close proximity to the church. It's just across the street. Like I said, we had a tornado that came through here Good Friday a couple years ago, and we were the direct path. And the church took the hit, and the Little Caesars took the hit. So when we heard that it was on fire, naturally the church is right across the street. You know, my husband and I, like I said, live right down the street, so we just came up here to make sure the church was okay.
And so you said a tornado came through. Yes. Hit it, and you said that there were people inside the Little Caesars at the time?
They were inside the time. It was actually Good Friday. The tornado came through. The church had just finished showing the movie The Passion of the Christ, and the storm came through, and the employees of Little Caesars actually took shelter in the freezer, and they were all safe, but the building was absolutely destroyed, and it has only been open for about a year and a half. It's constantly busy. It serves our community, it serves our churches, our schools, and unfortunately, it serves nobody now.
Wow. What a crazy situation for it to be hit twice. And the Stewart family, who lives here in Ferguson, checking on their church, and they said that they did not believe that anyone had broken in. But as you can see, the aftermath of this fire, as well as the looting, just an unbelievable situation here in Ferguson tonight. And we'll continue to keep an eye on things for you. But for now, we're live in Ferguson. Shannon Halligan, 41 Action News.
Good evening. We'll take just a little break to get you updated on your holiday travel. All kinds of problems developing tomorrow as well, especially on Wednesday for the East Coast. So Wednesday, one of the biggest travel days. And let me show you what's going to happen. Right now, we can see some of the protesting going on, and this is out on the American Century Investment Skyview. 31 degrees right now, northwest winds at 12 miles per hour. Our first look into the winter forecast will be on tomorrow night at 10 p.m. It'll be a preliminary winter forecast tomorrow night. The main winter forecast, the whole thing, will be December 4th as we figure out this weather pattern according to the LRC. Tomorrow, 42, 43 degrees in the afternoon. Here comes a storm system that's going to be part of a 1-2 punch for the East Coast. We'll get just a glancing blow of this tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. Notice a few rain showers, but watch what happens on our latest information. Some snow starts to develop right near the Missouri River west of Maryville, and it grows into a small little snowstorm for Chillicothe, Trenton, northern Missouri. So some of you way off to the north and east will get a little bit of snow, and then that'll grow as it heads towards St. Louis. And St. Louis will get a little snow on Wednesday. Accumulations, nothing expected in Kansas City, but some of you up to the north.
You are allowed to peacefully demonstrate, but you cannot do it in the street. You must stay on the sidewalk. This can be done peacefully, but we need to do it on the sidewalk. We do not need to be out in the street. This is for your safety. Stay out of the street. You are allowed to be on the sidewalk. Let's all remain peaceful. Let's stay out of the street. You are allowed to be on the sidewalk. You are not allowed to be in the street.
with Michael Brown that led to this shooting. And I want to just sort of demonstrate here part of what happened here, and this has been so contentious. Wilson says that when he pulls up in the car,
and you're Officer Wilson.
I'm Officer Wilson.
I'm Michael
in this
Brown.
case. He's seated in a Tahoe, so Michael Brown's still standing a little bit over him as he's seated in this car. He said that there was a verbal confrontation, and then at some point the two begin to scuffle, and Brown reaches into the car and begins to strike him. He says he holds his arm up like this to try to keep Brown away, and this is what gets interesting.
So Brown's leaning in a little bit
into
at this
the car,
point.
holding him into the car, basically. Well, with one hand trying to keep Brown away, he's reaching around his belt for anything. And in this report, Wilson says that he does not carry a taser. So he reaches around, he has got no taser, he reaches and tries to reach for his pepper spray, but doesn't think he's going to be able to get it out, so instead pulls his gun, which is the easiest thing for him to reach. He says Brown points the gun back down towards him, and ultimately he ends up firing shots that are not sort of aimed anywhere, but aimed down and towards the door. They said they found that bullet. Maybe people may remember that bullet was discovered in the car. It was the breaking glass that ultimately had Brown sort of back off and led to the foot chase that sort of started this whole thing. But this report does show, again, for that first time, Officer Wilson's side of how this altercation turned violent and turned to be so intense and so combative and ultimately led to the shooting.
And what Prosecutor McCullough was saying tonight is that the forensic evidence from inside that car pretty much backs up what Officer Wilson was saying.
Exactly right. They found the bullet inside the door. There were cuts there was blood rather on Officer Wilson's hand. He never touched Michael Brown after hitting him. That's from the glass breaking, they think, from when that shooting took place. So all of it starts to add up as you're getting this other side of the story that we haven't heard up until now.
Yeah, he's been in silence for a few months. You would think he's anxious to tell his story. He has met with Anderson Cooper and Matt Lauer, all of them attempting to get that first interview with Officer Wilson. We'll see who does maybe in the coming days. Thank you, Garrett. We'll be right back.
Live streaming video on KSHB.com is sponsored by Reese Nichols Real Estate.
The 41 Action News Storm Shield app, street-level radar, weather alerts from your exact location, plus live video streams. Get peace of mind this severe weather season. Download Storm Shield at kshb.com/mobile.
Life is always changing, and so is what you need to
All right, we're going to give you updates on things we are learning here on KSHB.com for our live stream. Those of you with us here, you are watching a big group of protesters making their way through parts of the city. This big group recently passed over I-44 and closed parts of the interstate as they walked over that area. There are multiple fires burning. Let's give you an update about what's happening.
Yeah, several buildings on fire right now. Several other big things to note. At last check, Interstate 44, of course, a major thoroughfare in South St. Louis, all across the state of Missouri for that matter. It is shut down right now in St. Louis. Protesters at some point just a short time ago crossed I-44, shutting it down. Also, the FAA now imposing a temporary flight ban at St. Louis's airport, Lambert Field, and apparently that does affect all flights trying to get into Lambert in St. Louis tonight. It also affects the media helicopters.
We do know that our NBC correspondent Jay Gray was actually getting ready to do a live report and to take cover because of what sounded like shots being fired. So that's another update for you. The bottom right-hand side of your screen is the public storage facility there on West Florissant that has actually been set on fire there and is burning. And on the left-hand side, you can see heavy smoke coming from another facility also burning at this time.
And another new development, the mayor of Ferguson now asking the National Guard troops to come to Ferguson. Apparently, they've not been there yet, at least not too many of them. Most of them have been in Clayton, another St. Louis suburb, where the grand jury's decision was announced earlier this evening. But now the mayor of Ferguson is calling them saying, hey, we need you here in Ferguson, where we have all these problems going on. So we would expect that more troops will be heading that way.
And we do have two different crews at two different places in Ferguson. As we continue to cover this, we are working to get reports from them as they gather more information here. Again, just after 8 o'clock, the St. Louis County prosecutor announcing that the grand jury would not be indicting Officer Darren Wilson. Information now being released, like the report that Officer Darren Wilson filed a couple of days after the incident happened. That is on our website, KSHB.com. It's worth reading. It's the first account we've seen from his side of the story, and more from the family of Michael Brown saying that violence is not the answer, that you have to stand up and be heard, but not with violence.
Also important to note here that Interstate 44, where it's shut down, is a long way from Ferguson. So if you think this is just affecting the Ferguson area, that small suburb, it's not. It's affecting the entire St. Louis region now. My family still lives there, most of them. My sister was sent home from her work today at 2:30. She works downtown, which is 15 miles or so from Ferguson. My mom was supposed to have a class tonight. She lives 30 miles from Ferguson. That was canceled tonight. So there was a state of alert, a state of paranoia, really, in the entire St. Louis area leading into tonight, and now we're seeing why.
This large group, if you can see, there are a couple of people holding up very large signs. We have seen those present throughout the evening. One of them reading at one point, "Where do you stand?" and a big question mark. Another one reading, "Black Lives Matter." And they have been with those peaceful protesters all throughout the evening, starting at the Ferguson Police Department, where we were seeing some of them live, and then now seeing them as they make their way through parts of the city. We have been trying to confirm where this group might be headed. We do not want to assume, and we'll let you know as soon as we know. We do have a reporter standing by to give us updates as soon as they're ready, so we'll make sure and have them let us know when they're ready to give those reports.
Yeah, like you said, we really don't know where they're headed. Growing up there, I'm fairly familiar with St. Louis, I-44 in the southern part of the city, and from what we've been told about where these protesters are marching at I-44 and Grand, again, that's in the southern part of the city, not too far from Anheuser-Busch, which was on the watch list for whatever reason for potential protests and rioting tonight.
As well, many other businesses.
Yes.
I don't want to seem like we are assuming that that's where they're headed, but
Sure.
absolutely want something to note. Jenna Hanchard is there in Ferguson. Jenna, where are you, and what can you tell us is happening where you are?
Well, I'm right down the street from the Ferguson Police Department, where they've been able to actually disperse a lot of the people that were protesting and rioting. And so it's pretty calm down where I am. I'm on South Florissant Street, but it's not far from West Florissant Street. There's still a few things that are on fire, a few cars that are on fire, dumpsters that are on fire, but police used a lot of tear gas tonight. I experienced it along with several people that were next to me that experienced it, and that was what did it. That's what dispersed a lot of the people that were here. I'm looking at several businesses that are just destroyed. I'm looking at windows that are broken, some of the boards that people put up, people took them down. To kind of see how this community is able to regroup. This is a community, let's remember that, and these are businesses that help fuel and stimulate this economy and keep this community going, and a lot of these businesses are completely destroyed. You know, and when these cars were burning, it was interesting. You heard a lot of protesters that say, hey, those are my tax dollars. And that's kind of what some of the sentiments are from some people that are here, while the people that are looting and rioting, there are other people that are very frustrated that that's happening in their community. They're frustrated that people are taking out their anger in this way and destroying their community. And so that's what a lot about tonight, Krista.
All right, thank you, Jenna. Just one quick update on the temporary flight restriction there affecting the airport. Inbound flights into St. Louis are currently restricted. Outbound are able to leave. Airport is still open.
So again, we continue to watch these live pictures. On the left-hand side of your screen, another building up in flames at a storage facility there. On the right side, protesters closing down streets across St. Louis at will, it seems like, just marching across the city at this point. All right, Garrett Hake, I understand, in the newsroom. He has a statement from the Attorney General of the United States, Eric Holder. Garrett, what have you found?
Well, Justin, remember all along the folks have been saying there's two parallel investigations here happening at the same time. There was the grand jury investigation. There's a civil rights-based investigation going on at the federal level. And tonight, Eric Holder, still the Attorney General of the United States, for a little while longer, says that the Justice Department's investigation into the shooting death of Michael Brown, quote, remains ongoing. He says that while the Justice Department has shared information with local prosecutors throughout the course of the investigation, that federal inquiry, quote, has been independent from the local one from the start and remains so now. He says although federal civil rights law imposes a high legal bar in these types of cases, that the Justice Department has resisted forming premature conclusions. So while it seems still unlikely that, given that the grand jury chose to indict on none of the 5 charges presented to them, with the Justice Department looking at the same evidence, this is the Attorney General saying this is not entirely over, that federal investigation, Justin, will still continue.
All right, so still some work to be done, it sounds like. Thank you, Garrett.
It is interesting to note that on the right-hand side of your screen, this is that group we've seen walking with seemingly a place to go, but now they are stopped, and stopped pretty abruptly at this one intersection, this one location. So we'll keep monitoring this and see what we can learn about where exactly they are and why they would have stopped here.
Yeah, tough to say. It doesn't seem like there's a lot going on there at the moment. It's just where they stopped at this point.
Earlier, we did an interview with Mayor Sly James here. Is that who our statement is from, Mayor James? Mayor Sly James, about his reaction to this, and I'll read it with you here as you read it with us. Many people are in pain this evening because of this decision. I encourage our community to take to prayer, reflection, and even peaceful protest. Peaceful freedom of expression is a basic right afforded to each of us. Again, that's coming from Mayor Sly James here in Kansas City. The chief of police had at one point tweeted out that there were no issues in Kansas City, that a handful, maybe a dozen peaceful protesters on the J.C. Nichols Fountain near the Country Club Plaza, and at last check, it was still peaceful and was still a small group exercising their right to be heard.
And again, one of the big things, one of the big new developments in just the past 10 minutes or so, the FAA imposing flight restrictions over Ferguson, and unfortunately Ferguson is right next to St. Louis International Airport, Lambert Field. So for now, apparently all inbound flights to Lambert postponed at this point. They cannot come into Lambert tonight. Of course, at this time of night, not too many flights probably scheduled to come into Lambert, so that's good. Apparently it's not affecting, though, outbound flights out of Lambert.
We'll just watch this activity here with you. And you will do, I'm sure, like what we are doing, and just look at the protesters and look to see what's going on in this area. We're definitely hearing some noises, which
Hard to tell
what
that is. We do know we've seen several businesses, at least, burned tonight. Don't have an exact number on how many. We were watching in awe earlier. Shannon Halligan was reporting live on 41 Action News at 10 from the front of a Little Caesars, which was going up in flames and basically burned to the ground before firefighters could even arrive. So firefighters and other emergency personnel overwhelmed across St. Louis tonight.
This is the public storage, which has been burning now since we started carrying this feed, at least when a camera got set up. And then on the right side of your screen, it's apparent another building is on fire with large bursts of flames coming from that building as well. We're told the Sam's Meat Market is on fire, the public storage there is on fire, and this is a few blocks at least away from some of the earlier fires we were reporting on with the St. Louis County police cars that were vandalized and set on fire. We've shown you video of looting going on tonight, pretty extreme looting, with people in droves running into broken windows of buildings and running out with articles in their arms. This is some of the video we were able to capture of the Dollar Tree there. Just watch this.
So many shattered windows there in the front of that store. You know, we were talking earlier, we were trying to figure out exactly where those protesters were on I-44 there in St. Louis. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch is reporting that they're gathering at an intersection in the Tower Grove neighborhood in St. Louis. We don't really know why they're in Tower Grove at this point. That is not near Ferguson, quite a few miles from Ferguson, but protesters gathering all across the city at this point.
Reports now from the St. Louis Business Journal coming out that there's looting now at the Toys R Us on Florissant and 270, which we will work to confirm as well, but it does going along. Now earlier you heard us mention they were setting police cars on fire. Our cameras were right there when they started vandalizing this vehicle, when protesters did, trying to tip it over, throwing things at it. And then briefly after that, we had images of that car on fire. Now this was a picture that the police there, police actually tweeted out a picture of him saying a peaceful protester was hit with a piece of concrete when protesters who were being more violent were throwing it. And you could see his injury to his face as he walked by. I just happened to recognize him from the picture they tweeted out.
And at first tonight, CNN was reporting at least that the police seemed to be trying to take a relaxed approach and not engage the protesters if they could avoid it. Unfortunately, it reached a point where they had to become engaged. Reports of tear gas being fired, beanbags being fired, and we've seen that play out through the night.
A little bit more video from earlier. That scene you're looking at there of the fire on the left side of your screen is that one of the St. Louis County police cars that has been set on fire. And if this is the clip, I think it is, yes, that's with a little bit of an explosion there. Anything from the battery in the car can cause that to, a couple of different things can cause explosions like that when a vehicle is on fire.
And our sister station, KSTK in St. Louis, reporting now that I-44 back open in both directions at Grand in the city of St. Louis. So certainly good news there if you know anyone driving through St. Louis tonight or heading that way. I-44 back open in both directions, according to the NBC station in St. Louis.
All right, we do know that Michael Brown's family has been very vocal throughout this, ahead of this grand jury decision being announced, and in the wake of that, more of them quoted. Garrett Hake has been following that for us and has a quote from the family of Michael Brown now.
Yeah, Krista, the family of Michael Brown up with a powerful statement tonight. They say, quote, "We are profoundly disappointed that the killer of our child will not face the consequences of his actions." And in here, they call for a very specific protest. They say, "Join with us in our campaign to ensure that every police officer working the streets in this country wears a body camera." So this is a protest for a purpose. Their statement also says, quote, "We respectfully ask that you please keep your protests peaceful. Answering violence with violence is not the appropriate reaction. Let's not just make noise," they say. "Let's make a difference." So interesting to see that in the context of the pictures we are seeing on television tonight. Krista and Justin, back to you.
All right, thanks, Garrett. We continue to look at these live images out of Ferguson and the surrounding communities as we watch that public storage continues to just burn. We've watched this for about 45 minutes now.
Of course, we've also been watching what's been happening, if anything, here in Kansas City throughout the night. Sam Hartle on our assignment desk telling us that so far, no reports of anything but a handful of demonstrations in Kansas City. We're certainly hoping it stays that way. This is a live look just about a block from our station here on the edge of the plaza. You can see some protesters have gathered peacefully so far this evening, maybe 10 or maybe a dozen protesters here on the edge of the plaza.
You know, and this is something that at least the larger cities across the country are seeing. There were reports of peaceful protest in Los Angeles to New York. We were seeing some reports coming out of Detroit that there was some protesting going on there. And all of this will pan out in the next 24 hours to find out what exactly is happening in those cities. But definitely something a lot of people across the country watching. And of course, even the president choosing to address within an hour of that decision being read in St. Louis County.
And the St. Louis Post-Dispatch now reporting that a Panera Bread, which in St. Louis is known as St. Louis Bread Company, is the latest victim. Apparently looters have gone into that Panera Bread location, glass broken everywhere, according to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch.
Right. We had heard and we had been watching and monitoring the school districts in the area closing. There was one neighboring community that decided on Friday they wouldn't have kids in class today and tomorrow. They're obviously off the end of the week for the Thanksgiving holiday. Ferguson's school district, Ferguson-Florissant School District, at the end of the school day today, after kids had already been released, announcing that they would not be having school tomorrow. And we do know now that there are at least 81 closings with school districts and businesses combined in the Ferguson's immediate area. 81 different closings, all coming about because of what's happening with this grand jury decision.
Yeah, unfortunately, it appears this will probably go all night long, maybe at this point. And a reminder that we're back live on the air starting at 4:30 in the morning on our morning show with more complete coverage from Ferguson. We have two crews there. Shannon Halligan and Jana Hanchard have been there on the scene all evening, and they'll be reporting live once again for us in the morning from Ferguson. Jenna got dangerously close to that tear gas that was being fired that many reporters, some big-name national reporters, were the victim of earlier this evening. We're glad she's okay.
We were just talking about how different cities are having their own versions of protests in them, and the Associated Press reporting that at one place in Oakland, California, there were about 100 people holding a sign that read, "The people say guilty," and they blocked an intersection after a line of police officers stopped them from getting on a highway on-ramp while walking in their protest. About 100 people there, and that's just in Oakland. So we'll continue to start hearing these reports. It's concerning to hear the screaming and not know what that's involving.
Very much so. Apparently in O'Reilly's tire store in West Florissant, also on fire now, according to CNN. Trying to figure out on the map here how far that is from Ferguson, but again, we're seeing these protests and these fires even now breaking out all across the city of St. Louis.
One of the things Shannon was telling us earlier, and Shannon and Jenna, just so you know, were there in the very beginning of the protesting happening in Ferguson when this initially happened. They have been back and now are there tonight. And what Shannon had told us earlier was that a certain area of Ferguson, the businesses in that area had really prepared because they had been close to where the looting and vandalism had happened early on. They had boarded up windows, but that a lot of the destruction we're seeing goes beyond that sort of pocket of area that was a problem before, goes further down Florissant Street, moves into areas where businesses and people maybe weren't prepared for the violence to reach. Jenna, I know we've talked to you a couple of different times throughout the evening. What can you tell us about what's happening now where you are, and where are you?
Well, right now we're getting 2 lines of police. We're trying to get back to our car, actually, which is what right now, and I have to talk to you on the phone because we can get a picture on the air, but we're unable to get to our car. Police are blocking people, and what they're trying to do, in essence, is block people from getting down to the other side of the street where the cars are burning, and then in the other is where a lot of those businesses were burning. So they're trying to block off those areas and keep people from going down there. The number of people that are out here is definitely dwindling, but the damage to the businesses on this street is pretty devastating, and businesses that weren't really prepared for that type of devastation. Some of them were not boarded up, some were, and those boards came down, and people still vandalize those businesses. So it's definitely pretty tragic to see that on this street, Krista.
All right, thank you, Jenna. It's so important to have our own people there as you try to cover this, because otherwise you're at the mercy of whomever else might be sending that information out. But Jenna, we know that it's not been an easy thing for you to do, but we appreciate you and all of that you've done to cover this today.
Yes, thank you so much, Jenna. We heard earlier that Jay Gray, who's the national NBC correspondent for all the local stations, he joined us earlier this evening on my show on the Now at 4 o'clock. At some point this evening, he had to take cover because shots were fired close to where he was. We're told he is okay, thankfully, but it's a scary thing for so many of these reporters there who are trying to cover this story. So we continue to look at these live pictures, live streaming for you on KSHB.com this evening. We're looking here at 2 of the now many businesses, at least several businesses, that have burned so far in this rioting throughout St. Louis tonight.
So what happens now that the grand jury has come out is that now there is information being released. These are the images just released today of Officer Darren Wilson and his hospital visit in the wake of what happened with that struggle with Michael Brown.
And earlier tonight, the St. Louis County Prosecutor Bob McCullough had said that Officer Brown had a little bit of slight swelling in his face, and maybe you can see that there a bit on the right side of his face there. Yes, on his right cheek, you can see some sort of abrasion or where there could be a little swelling. Still, though, you know, we're not seeing a lot here on the face of Officer Wilson.
If we could go through those pictures again, Sean, I think people could use, or Sean is our producer, I would like to go through those again so people can get another look. Here we are straight on. You can just use your own standing. And then
Sure.
there's a left side, which would have been the side facing the window where the altercation would have taken place here. That would be the next photo if I remember the order they went in. There's the left side of the face, and then the right side.
Yes. And again,
Left side
the
again.
first time we have gotten to see these photos, so much information was being withheld, being kept secret until the grand jury's decision was announced earlier this evening, and now like a dam burst, all this information is coming out tonight, and a lot for the media to sort through over the next few days. A picture of the back of the head there for the first time.
So now back to live pictures of the fire that's burning there at the public storage facility. We've got the aerials of the helicopter, which with the no-fly, temporary no-fly, the restriction being put on, affecting news helicopters, you have to imagine that is one of the reasons that helicopter has pulled away. Oftentimes police and good reasons for doing that, but it does, we're trying to confirm. There are different reports coming out about why that might be the case, that there are not helicopters being allowed over the scene. Any number of things can lead to that, from a concern about a hunt for somebody they might be looking for, to potentially someone injured that they don't want anyone to know about at this point. So we cannot speculate, but any number of reasons for a flight restriction on that. Now, it is affecting flights inbound at St. Louis, not being allowed in. Anybody at the airport currently will be allowed to leave, but again, that temporary flight restriction, one does start to wonder why that has been put in place.
Yes, the St. Louis airport just tweeting out a few minutes ago that it has issued that temporary restriction for all incoming flights, Lambert Field and St. Louis. They don't really elaborate on why that's been put in place, but they do confirm that no flights are being allowed into Lambert Airport tonight. Luckily, as we said earlier, at this point in the evening, probably not too many flights scheduled to land in St. Louis at this late hour.
So it happens a lot of times, and we heard the St. Louis County prosecutor allude to this, that so much goes out over social media. Think about how many people have a Twitter account. Think about how many people can tweet something out. And if the wrong person retweets it and it's not true, that can be viral in a matter of moments. And so even though there is conversation right now on Twitter about why they might have called off the helicopter, and there are different things being said, it is something that you have to be careful about when you're in a position to report facts and only facts. And so we are working to get more information on that for sure.
We were talking about the airport again. The other good piece of transportation news in St. Louis right now is that I-44, one of the several big interstates that goes through St. Louis, is back open now after it was essentially shut down by the protesters themselves earlier on this evening as they were marching their way through South St. Louis. Again, we're seeing reports of damage and fires all around St. Louis this evening, not just in Ferguson, although Ferguson still ground zero for the problems tonight. The mayor of Ferguson calling on the National Guard to leave where they had been in Clayton at the courthouse there where that grand jury decision was announced earlier this evening. The mayor of Ferguson asking the troops to leave Clayton, where there have not been many problems, and come to Ferguson, which is at least a few miles away.
So we do have live aerials once again of this fire burning on the right side of your screen, and you can absolutely see a fire burning on the left side of your screen. We're not seeing as many people on foot as we were seeing earlier in the evening.
No, we're not at this moment.
But again, as you were mentioning earlier, the mayor calling in the National Guard to please move into Ferguson. It does appear we're seeing some activity with people on top of vehicles off in the distance between the McDonald's and those flames. Do you see how you can make out the image? It'll be interesting to see if anything is going to happen here, as they still definitely have a presence here.
And you know, we've heard so many people calling for peace throughout the evening. So many big name officials, everyone from the St. Louis County prosecutor Bob McCullough to the President of the United States, Barack Obama, addressing the nation a couple of hours ago, asking people to protest peacefully this evening. But so far, unfortunately, that has been far from the case. Many businesses up in flames, many others with broken glass, looting going on, all kinds of problems across the St. Louis area tonight.
All right, Garrett Hake, I know you've been poring over some documents here for us. What can you tell us what you found?
We got an extraordinary look inside the testimony that the grand jury was able to take a look at. And one of the things that's interesting here is Officer Darren Wilson's interview with other police the day after the shooting, when he describes being charged by Michael Brown as why he fired the shots. He talks about a very aggravated, aggressive, even hostile posture, with Michael Brown making a little hop, and then he starts running towards the officer, who then fired what would be the fatal shots. When Prosecutor McCullough was explaining the difficulties in coming to an indictment in this case, he talked about the fact that so many of the different pieces of evidence and the different witnesses contradicted each other and contradicted this statement.
Eyewitness accounts must always be challenged and compared against the physical evidence. Many witnesses to the shooting of Michael Brown made statements inconsistent with other statements they made and also conflicting with the physical evidence.
But the witness accounts that matched the physical evidence, like blood trails, were incredibly damning. This is a journal entry from a witness the grand jury was able to review. It describes Brown running from Officer Wilson, then running right at the cop like a football player, head down. That's a direct quotation that seems to back up Officer Wilson's testimony. There are hundreds of pages of documents that follow a similar line here, all making for a fascinating look inside a grand jury, usually secret, but now open to all and sure to be parsed as much as possible as people continue to look at this case for a very long time to come.
All right, we appreciate that. Thank you, Garrett. We go back live to these pictures from Ferguson. Looking at yet another business here that is up in flames this evening, one of several that we've seen throughout the evening. We've seen a different fire at a storage facility, a different fire that burned a Little Caesars pizza to the ground. And I believe we have some video now from the president. Earlier this evening, we had just talked about this. He urged people to make their protests peaceful tonight. Unfortunately, that has not happened. Let's listen to the president.
The fact is, in too many parts of this country, a deep distrust exists between law enforcement and communities of color. Some of this is the result of the legacy of racial discrimination in this country. And this is tragic because nobody needs good policing more than poor communities with higher crime rates. The good news is we know there are things we can do to help. And I've instructed Attorney General Holder to work with cities across the country to help build better relations between communities and law enforcement.
You know, one of the things we want to make sure to mention is that the people who are garnering all the attention tonight are the ones that are doing it violently, but there are absolutely people in this city and in this county and across the country who are protesting in a very peaceful way, indicated here in Kansas City as well, but definitely not the case. I mean, there are definitely people in St. Louis County that are also peaceful protesters, and that's something that the prosecutor talked about. It's something that the president talked about, is that it's important to make sure that it's not thought that this is how everyone feels, is the people that are rocking police cars and setting fires and looting.
Yeah, over 2 million people in the St. Louis area, and 99.9% of them are at home this evening. Very important to note, for sure. We have a statement here from Congressman Lacy Clay. He represents St. Louis County. This was a tweet, it appears. He said, "I'm extremely disappointed, but not surprised. The pursuit of justice for Mike Brown is not over." That statement from Lacy Clay. Again, he's the congressman who represents the St. Louis area.
It's interesting to see there's seems to be some traffic in this area where the helicopter, which by the way is back up, so that is telling. Whatever it was that caused that flight restriction, which by the fact that they have now allowed for the helicopters to get back up, and that flight restriction has at least been either not, we haven't gotten word that it's been dropped, but it's definitely become a little more lax with this helicopter being able to get it closer, does maybe give a little credence to some of the chatter that was going on about what might have been leading to it, but we will continue to look for information on that as well. But a lot of cars in this area too. Hard to say what might be causing that.
Not exactly sure which street we're looking at there, but it is a 4-lane street, so anytime you see that, it must be a fairly major thoroughfare there in St. Louis. Certainly there have been traffic problems. I-44, the big interstate, shut down earlier, lots of looting going on, several fires. So whenever you have that, certainly you will have some traffic problems. And I would assume that's part of the reason why they delayed this decision, announcing this decision until 8 o'clock tonight, was to allow everyone to get home and try to be safe in their homes and not have a bunch of people out on the streets.
You're going live, Big Ike.
You know, we also heard all day long that some of these churches in Ferguson and around the St. Louis area were turning themselves into safe spaces tonight for people to go to try to get away from all this. I'd be curious to know how many people are taking advantage of that. One of the reporters at our sister station, KSTK in St. Louis, just did tweet out a picture of one of those safe places this evening. It did appear that some people are going there to probably pray and to escape all the violence.
You know, one of the things that they've tried to do as they anticipate some sort of change is to work with community leaders, work with religious leaders, try to help them influence protesters in certain ways, give them a place of peaceful protest and reflection. They've got different types of health. This is what you were just talking about.
Yes, this is the tweet from KSDK, the NBC station in St. Louis. This is a church on Grand, which is where we had heard some of those protesters were earlier this evening. And you see the sign there out front, safe space. So this is one of those places people can go in St. Louis tonight if they feel threatened.
One of the things we were working to confirm is that there was a point where one officer wasn't checking in, and they were very concerned, but that officer has since been located and appears to be fine, at least it's not the worst case scenario. So that was something that people were concerned about, and we are now getting word that he has been found. It's coming from our news desk here, who's confirmed that for us. And that there may have been an issue of some kind of reports around the airport, which might have been the reason for the flight restriction. But nonetheless, here we are above the scene here again with the helicopter above. Normally, you wouldn't see buildings just burn until there was nothing left to burn, but with a police and fire department so busy with so much going on, it makes you wonder if this is something they either can't make it to or they just have to, strategy-wise, just allow it to burn out because of resources.
And Governor Jay Nixon, we heard from him earlier this evening around 5:30. Now he has issued a statement in the wake of what we have seen this evening, and here it is. While the 12 men and women on the St. Louis County Grand Jury have concluded their work, the rest of us have much more work to do in order to use the lessons we have learned these past 4 months to create safer, stronger, and more united communities. It goes on to say, it is my continued hope and expectation that peace will prevail. The world is watching. I am confident that together we will demonstrate the true strength and character of this region and seize this opportunity to build a more just and prosperous future for all.
And earlier tonight, we spoke with Mayor Sly James here in Kansas City about the grand jury's decision. He did not want to offer an opinion on a decision when he wasn't there, which is understandable, but felt sorry for everyone involved in the case, especially the family of Michael Brown. Mayor James also said Americans need to have a deeper discussion about race relations.
We have to, as a nation, get over our squeamishness about addressing issues of race. It is almost impossible to have a meaningful discussion on the topic. One side feels aggrieved and aggressive, the other side feels defensive and argumentative, and you never get to the nut of the matter.
Now, Mayor James says a deep discussion about this issue could make good out of a bad situation.
All right, back now to that live picture. We're not 100% sure what this is burning, right?
It is right there by the McDonald's, which we've seen throughout the evening, so it's not clear for sure, but it is. We have seen this camera shot for quite a while now.
We have seen it, not quite sure what it is. It appears to be a store or maybe some kind of strip mall, a big fire next to that McDonald's, very close to that McDonald's. Really a miracle the fire hasn't spread to the McDonald's at this point. Makes me think of last night. It was so windy across the entire state. That could have been a real problem with all these fires. Luckily tonight, not as windy.
Definitely not seeing near the amount of people we were seeing earlier, which of course is good news. It's as far as people dispersing, maybe a little time between the announcement and now.
Yeah, getting closer to midnight, a very cold night in St. Louis. Not extremely cold, but pretty cold, so you would think at some point here, many of these protesters would call it a night.
You know, I'm not quite sure, but it does make me, I'm a little suspicious that this might be the same fire, because we have a McDonald's in the scene on the left there in the front of that fire. You've got the McDonald's right near where that fire is burning here on the picture on the right side, so it is absolutely possible that this could be the same fire, just two different vantage points, but we'll keep watching this for sure. There has been a statement released now from Officer Darren Wilson's attorney, and it reads, in part, law enforcement personnel must frequently make split-second and difficult decisions. Officer Wilson followed his training and followed the law. We recognize that many people will want to second-guess the grand jury's decision. We would encourage anyone who wants to express an opinion to do so in a respectful and peaceful manner. The quote continues, Officer Wilson would like to thank those who have stood by his side throughout the process. This continued support is greatly appreciated by Officer Wilson and his family, end quote. Now, this coming from the attorney of Darren Wilson.
And this evening, I have not read the report myself, but according to various reports, in that report, Officer Wilson testified shortly after this happened that he felt like Michael Brown could beat him to death. Those were his words. So he did feel like his life was in jeopardy, and he felt like he took the measure that he had to take. All right, we continue to stream live on KSHB.com. We understand thousands of you are watching us online. We appreciate that. Shows you how television news has changed over the past 5 or 10 years. Thank you for watching us here at this late hour. We're watching these fires throughout the St. Louis region. In particular, this big fire, not exactly sure what is on fire. Clearly a business, though, right next to the McDonald's, which you can see there on the left side of the screen.
Now, if we could put those two pictures up side by side, originally we were wondering, oh, okay, we'll get that image here pretty soon. But after looking at this, I don't know that that's the same fire. It appears a lot more traffic on the live image you're seeing on the left than there was on the right. And then I believe if that image on the right is still the public storage, that is the office building of the public storage there that has just continued to burn. That is what we're seeing over and over again tonight. We do have some new pictures we're going to have for you just momentarily if you just stand by for that. But look at the smoke in the air here.
And now, for the first time in just a bit, we're seeing police, troopers as well, it appears, on the ground there at the scene of this fire, watching and waiting to see what happens. What we're not seeing, thankfully, are many rioters at this point.
So, Sean, our producer, Sean, can you tell me if that's Jenna's photographer's camera? Okay, this is coming to us out of St. Louis. So we do have a group there on the scene, a couple of different crews there to cover this for you. I was just curious if that was them. But this is very close to where some of the flame, the flames are very close to this gathering right here. You can see.
Yeah, just amazing to watch these pictures. We've also been watching across the country tonight to see what might happen in various cities across the country. Of course, this is a big national story, not just a Missouri story tonight. Luke Russert with NBC News saying that in Washington, D.C. this evening, police are helping the protesters keep the demonstrations peaceful there so far in D.C. tonight. We've also been watching what's happening here in Kansas City. So far, reports of a handful of peaceful demonstrations across the city. One of them that we've been watching is just about a block from our station over by the J.C. Nichols Fountain. Throughout the night there, we've seen maybe 10 to 12 protesters gathering peacefully on that corner there. We have a live look here where they were earlier, and it now appears that most, if not all of them, have gone home.
And so it kind of justifies everything they've been saying all along. And so now, as we're waiting, as you mentioned, that bar is extremely high. But now, in terms of looking at the department as a whole, there seems to be something amiss when you look at the number of African-American stops. You look at how the stops and the fines...
So back live with our pictures in Ferguson, 3 different perspectives here of what could be the same fire, but we're not sure. U.S. Senator Roy Blunt issuing a statement this evening.
That statement regarding the grand jury's announcement out of Ferguson, he says, quote, "We must balance the rights of Americans to exercise their free speech alongside the rights of people to live peacefully and safely in their communities. Michael's death was tragic, and the months since this tragedy have marked a challenging time in Ferguson and across Missouri. Together, I know we can move forward and heal as we work to find better job opportunities in and more investment for challenged communities." This, of course, coming from Roy Blunt in the state of Missouri.
And the St. Louis Post-Dispatch tweeting out moments ago, more tear gas just been fired at Grand and Arsenal. Grand and Arsenal in St. Louis, according to the St. Louis paper, more tear gas being fired there. We had seen earlier this evening some of those protesters, what appeared to be a relatively peaceful demonstration there. They were at Grand and I-44 earlier. Now we're hearing tear gas being fired at Grand and Arsenal.
You know, it is difficult. You mentioned it could be the same fire. It is very difficult to discern what is the same fire, what are multiple fires. That one, the one we were just on, clearly a different kind of visibility there that seemed to be the flames sort of showing through the roof there. We're seeing flames visible on the rooftop of this building.
Jodion Thompson just tweeted this out. Guys in the control room, if you could pull this up maybe in a minute or so. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch headline for tomorrow has just been released. Pretty dramatic. If we could pull that up when we get a chance. And there it is, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch headline for tomorrow: no charges for Wilson. Pockets of rioting and looting erupt, with a very dramatic picture there of one of the many fires that we've seen throughout the evening in the St. Louis area.
You know, oftentimes the newspapers, whether you're an online reader of news or you get everything from an app, but whenever there is tragedy or celebration, that's when the newspaper headline becomes so relevant. We've got some information about flights affected here. We've got 4 flights redirected, 2 of them from Denver, 1 from Dallas, 1 from Phoenix, 2 flights diverted to Chicago because of what's happening here, and 1 from Newark. and one from Dulles, D.C. area. So quite a bit of activity on reroutes or diverted planes because of some issues there near the airport in St. Louis.
Yeah, for those who aren't familiar with the St. Louis area, Ferguson is right next to the airport, so not far at all. And the FAA just about an hour ago putting a flight restriction in place over Ferguson. So anytime you have a flight restriction that close to the airport, of course, it's going to affect the airport. So for now, all incoming flights into St. Louis cannot come in. So that's why we're seeing all these diversions.
There were earlier reports that there may have been gunfire possibly in the vicinity of the airport, which is one of the reasons why they were taking so much precautions. We haven't heard more about that at this point, but definitely causing some issues for the airplanes. And we had talked about different protests going on in cities across the country, from New York to LA, and we talked about Oakland. Remember, we were telling you about reports of about 100 protesters there trying to close down the interstate because they are trying to get out into the roadway. They have been trying to block this now, from what I can tell, following it on social media, for about an hour now. Police are trying to keep them off the roadways, and it is Oakland, California right now is what you're seeing as we see protests from around the country and information for those start to come in. Again, Oakland, California, protesters trying to block the interstate.
Yeah, it's not a good scene there at all. We understand that at the state capitol here in Missouri, there have been some protesters gathering on the Capitol steps in Jefferson City. So far, that has been a peaceful protest there, but certainly a much different scene in Oakland. Now back to St. Louis.
This is an interesting, because you see the glow of the building. That's the fire. It would appear to me that there's, some sort of a thin roofing or structure there, but the fire is inside of that, and you have this glow that comes through as before the flames break through the roof of that, and that's what it appears we're seeing here, is this burning, glowing building before the fire breaks through the ceiling and roof of that.
Very interesting tweet coming from Kay Quinn. She's an anchor at our sister station in St. Louis, KSDK. She says a University City, which is a suburb of St. Louis, University City police officer has been shot in these protests tonight. He's been taken to the hospital. His condition unknown. They're looking for that suspect. Again, that coming from our NBC station in St. Louis, KSDK. A University City officer has been shot in the protests at the intersection of Canton and Lamb in U City.
So originally we were hearing shots of possibly an officer injured in the rioting, possibly an officer missing and then found. It's hard to say if this is a separate incident or if this is perhaps finally someone confirming what was becoming a conversation on Facebook and Twitter this evening from people who knew. Let me show you this tweet from our own Chief of Police here in Kansas City, Chief Forte. Call volume has been normal with no significant issues. I anticipate several peaceful gatherings the remainder of this week. His tweets have been similar to that all evening, thanking Kansas City for remaining peaceful, which is the request of all involved. But not the case in Ferguson for at least a decent-sized group of people. It's hard to say how many peaceful protesters there are because so many of the violent protesters demand the attention with fires and vandalism of police cars, and now we're getting reports of an officer shot.
And we're now understanding not only was a police officer shot, someone else was shot as well. So in that shooting in University City, which again is a suburb of St. Louis, tonight there were two gunshot victims in that shooting. One of them an officer. He's been taken to the hospital. His condition unknown.
This is the auto parts store, the AutoZone burning there. Again. If you listen closely, you can hear the loudspeaker of the officers telling people to, I believe they were saying to disperse. Let's listen for just a moment.
So we believe what we're looking at here now are two different fires.
Joe.
One on the left side of the screen there. We're not exactly sure what that business is. On the right-hand side of your screen, a fire at an AutoZone. And now as the camera pans up, as the helicopter camera pans up, you can see another fire just a few blocks away. And one of our producers noting that it doesn't appear there are any firefighters at either of those fires on the right-hand side of your screen, which goes to show you how overwhelmed emergency crews are there this evening, that they're not even responding right away to some of these fires.
We had seen reports of the Toys R Us being looted and vandalized, and now local news agencies there in St. Louis now confirming that. Our sister station KSDK now talking about that. And this is how it works. You hear it, someone tells you, eventually someone else is able to confirm it, or we are, whether it's on the scene there. But man, such destruction there.
Yeah, destruction in so many ways. The fires, the looting, lots of broken windows at so many businesses that we've seen this evening. And still a very long night and maybe days ahead in the St. Louis region. So again, that big news we've just learned in the past few minutes from our sister station KSDK in St. Louis is that 2 people have been shot in the St. Louis area in this rioting this evening. One of them is a University City police officer. That is a suburb of St. Louis. He was shot in the rioting tonight, according to KSDK, taken to a local hospital, his condition unknown.
We were talking about rioting happening on different parts of the area, different cities in the country. This is New York City, folks. This is a scene from New York where there are people gathered. You can see clapping. We do not have audio from this, but so it's hard to tell what they're chanting, but definitely a large group gathered today. Video from earlier in New York City. And we've been hearing reports of New York City and LA and Oakland and possibly even Detroit with some different incidents where people are protesting. Chicago is another one that we've been hearing. This is Chicago right now.
Yes, we can see what appears to be a relatively peaceful demonstration there compared to what we've seen in Ferguson this evening, certainly. It appears there are a few police officers scattered about watching what's happening to be safe, but it doesn't appear like anything violent is going on. Again, that is in Chicago this evening.
The video from a little bit earlier here. Now we're back to live images out of Ferguson. We've been hearing lots of the horns honking. Sometimes we couldn't tell if it was because a car was on fire, but that seems like someone was honking.
Yeah, watching 2 fires on your screen right now. Not sure if that's the same fire or not. We're told the police officers there are driving through the streets, making announcements, probably telling people to disperse and go home, I would think. Can we hear them at all? Okay, that was from our sister station KSDK reporting that police officers driving through the streets, driving through these areas that have been the hardest hit this evening, telling people to please call it a night and go home.
We're just starting to get reports about tomorrow, the city of Hazelwood, it's a suburb of St. Louis, saying all city buildings will be closed, saying, hey, Joe, come over here for a second, I'm going to talk to you for a minute. Saying all city buildings will be closed. This is something we'll, except for police and fire, and we'll continue to watch this. I'm standing here. I'm just going to have you pick up on my mic because we're streaming. Tell us what we have online. If people are watching this stream, we're going to continue that. But
we're gonna continue streaming CNN, NBC, all the shots that we can take from Ferguson coverage throughout the night. So people can stay with us. People can continue watching.
We have the report on the Darren Wilson's account too on our website.
Yes.
That Garrett's been looking through.
We have Darren Wilson's account. We also have links to all the other evidence released by the prosecutor's office.
Okay.
So we have that available on KSHB.com right now.
All right. They can look at while they continue to watch this streaming that you'll keep up throughout the night here. But this is exactly what happens now. We've been now finally showing you what we were hearing was going on in cities across the country, what seemed to be peaceful protests, except for the one we're monitoring in Oakland, where there's a bit of an issue with the interstate there and police are struggling with protesters. And now we're going to start hearing about overnight and tomorrow as well, what will be done in the St. Louis area.
All right, so now we've been talking a lot tonight about KSDK, our sister station, the NBC station in St. Louis. This is actually a look at their live feed. This is what they are broadcasting to St. Louisans right now, showing some of the protesters, many protesters across the city tonight.
Do we have audio, Sean? No? Okay. Well, here we are, 4 hours after the St. Louis County prosecutor began to speak, and in about 15 minutes into talking, maybe 10 minutes, he announced that the grand jury had decided not to indict Officer Darren Wilson in the shooting death of Michael Brown from that August 9th incident. Right away, as that announcement was broadcast over a PA system outside of the Ferguson Police Department and the place where it was read, people responded to that, many of them upset. And here we are 4 hours later, and we have seen peaceful protesting. We have seen people concerned about their community come out to protect their church, for instance. That's one example we showed. And we have seen rioting, looting, and fires being set. And we have an officer shot.
And this is a look through one of our photographers' cameras in the Ferguson area. You could see there what appeared to be a business that was looted at some point this evening. A lot of shattered glass there. So just to recap some of the big bullet points from just the past little while here, that air restrictions still in place. Flights are not being allowed into Lambert Field in St. Louis. That's diverting some flights, at least, to other airports around the country tonight. Also, we've just learned in the past little while that a police officer, a University City police officer, which isn't that far from Ferguson, one of their officers apparently has been shot tonight. He's been taken to the hospital. His condition is unknown. One other person, according to KSDK, has also been shot tonight.
So we've talked about having crews on the scene there, and we know earlier Jenna had a concern about and had some reaction to some of the responses by police. We just got a glimpse of her live pictures there with her photographer who she's with, of the broken glass outside of what appeared to be maybe a small business with a little outdoor patio furniture there of some sort. But we're hoping to try to get her to explain to us where she is and what she's seeing. As soon as we get the go-ahead from our producer, we can bring that to you. Yes,
and she was right there, too, earlier this evening at that first report, that first time that police fired tear gas on some of the protesters who were maybe not storming, but in their eyes coming at them and no longer demonstrating peacefully. Luckily, Jenna okay. So she has been on the front lines of this story all night long. And again, that latest picture that we were seeing from her and her photographer, what appeared to be a business, and there it is. It's a Mexican restaurant, apparently, looted at some point this evening, the front windows blown out.
Or at least vandalized, for
Yeah.
sure. Can Jenna talk to us, Sean? She can't? No. We're working on trying to get that, but yeah.
They're going to take this.
All right, so
Look
they're
at the
still
broken
trying
glass
to
there from
to get
several
ready.
different angles.
Yes, like you said, at the very least, someone has broken the front windows
And the
of that
sad thing for me
restaurant.
is that's somebody's business. It's somebody's way of supporting their families, or at least the employees who are employed there. And that's just one business in a community that has seen so much devastation tonight from the people who are choosing to not do this peacefully. Very upset about the decision, and it's not the last we're going to hear of it.
No. And so many of those businesses tried to get ready, for this over the past few days. A lot of them boarding up their windows. We saw some of the Quick Trips around Ferguson. Of course, last time around, a Quick Trip was destroyed in the protests over the summer. So many of the Quick Trips today, I believe 4 of them totally boarded up and shut down earlier on this afternoon to try to get ready for this, but it's difficult for every business all across the city to get ready, and we're seeing protests everywhere.
I talked to a business across from one of the Quick Trips too, and while the Quick Trip had closed, the 4 of them you had mentioned, one of them, there was a gas station right across the street from that one, and I talked to them today and they said, yeah, we're closing ahead of that announcement too. They just couldn't take any chances that it could end up being dangerous for some of their employees, and that wasn't in the direct vicinity of Ferguson too. It was on the outskirts along the interstate. So the whole city just sort of on edge. And I know there are a lot of you in Kansas City who have friends and family from St. Louis. Maybe you're from there. And you watch this and there's a mix of emotions. There's fear. A lot of people are angry. People are scared and nervous about what's going to come out of this and when will this end. But we are watching here, and we've seen this before, where police make this line and then advance.
Yeah, and it's something we were really only used to seeing in war zones up until this past summer, and now, again, we are seeing it right here in our backyard in Ferguson.
So the slow walk
Dramatic
with vehicles,
sight, yeah.
too. Vehicles having to turn around. Now, in the past, and I can't hear now, but in the past, this is the place where those loud announcements would be made. They'd have this line of officers in their riot gear. They have big vehicles, and they advance, giving messaging to anyone in the path of their advancement. But cannot hear this here.
Good news is we're seeing a big police force, but we're not seeing many protesters at this point. So it does appear that maybe, finally, things are calming down a little bit, we hope. We're still working on talking with Jenna Hanchard, one of our reporters in Ferguson tonight. She's on the scene of a Mexican restaurant that had not boarded up their windows to prepare for this, and unfortunately someone has thrown something through those windows at some point this evening.
All right, Jenna, where are you and what can you tell us?
So right now we're in front of several businesses. There's a Quiznos, there's a Mexican restaurant, there's another place called Kathy's Kitchen, and they all essentially have their windows busted. And it's pretty ironic because there's this sign in this window here that says, your love and support blesses us daily, and for that we are endlessly grateful. You know, there was no business really tonight that was void of any destruction. No business was really safe, and you can see that from all of the businesses along this strip here. They all have had either rocks or bricks thrown through them. I put on a helmet tonight because we did see those rocks and those bricks that people were throwing. But, you know, the real story here is, you know, what happens tomorrow? What happens to these businesses, to this community tomorrow? Where will they rebuild? Will they reopen in Ferguson? Or will they be gone? Will they choose to go someplace else? So that's really the question moving forward, is what's going to happen to Ferguson. We see the anger tonight, but what's going to happen moving forward? And this is, you know, anger and hurt that we've seen across the country. But the result here is these businesses that we see that are destroyed, these streets that are destroyed. And so that's going to be the question as we move forward in Ferguson and in Kansas City and in across the country.
And Jenna, what are you seeing there now? Have most of the protesters gone home?
Yeah, most of the protesters, I'm not sure if they've gone home, but they've left this area, and that's because there was a lot of tear gas that was used tonight. I was here back in August and in September, and the issue at that point in time was that there was tear gas, but they didn't know how much was being used. There was some speculation of when it was being used and at what point did they want to use it. Now, there was a lot of tear gas that was used. So it moved people quite quickly down the street and back into their cars. At one point, I turned around to get away from the tear gas, and it just kind of overwhelmed me, as well as some of the people that I was standing with. And we tried to move blocks down the road because of what was happening. So from that, there have been a lot of people that have left the area, moved people more quickly out of the area than what happened back in August.
Hey, Jenna, can you have your photographer turn a little bit and maybe show us the street, even if it's empty? I think it's a good, I'm assuming, are you in about the same place where you were earlier and in the same vicinity by that Season's Greetings sign over the street?
Yeah, we'll show you the street right now. We'll take that turn. I'm not sure if you're seeing that now because of the delay, but you can see the cars that are moving through the street. Before, there was no traffic that was able to get through the street. It was just protesters that were on the street and cars that were being burned down and businesses that were being looted and vandalized. So right now, cars are kind of moving freely throughout the street. And those police officers that were lined up throughout the street, they're gone. They've moved on. I'm not sure where they've moved to, but they've moved on from blocking parts of the street and blocking parts of protesters. So that's kind of what's going on now.
All right. Well, certainly good to see the protesters have at least left that area there. Thank you, Jenna. We appreciate it. The FAA now saying that flight restriction into St. Louis will be lifted at 4:15 in the morning. So if you have a flight to St. Louis early in the morning, you should be able to make it.
And those leaving apparently unaffected, at least last we heard. So people leaving for the holidays out of St. Louis, hopefully not affected by that if they have flights tomorrow. We will continue streaming all of this online. There will be audio on some of the shots and some of them will not be, but many of you are still joining us here at KSHB.com for this live stream. And we will be here in case there's anything to make you aware of, but we'll watch as this scene continues to unfold in Ferguson and around the country.
Billy? Billy, can you hear me? Doesn't work at all. This is the only way we can communicate with you. Yes, we can't talk on the two-way. The two-way's dead. Billy, we can't talk to you on the two-way. I can't text with one hand. My battery's about dead. Okay. It looks like it's about 10 blocks north of Chambers. West Florissant, north of Chambers. We got these two car fires, and we got this right here, gas station. Yeah. Well, yes, we're working on it. We'll move now. Wow. You got your blow up. Billy, we're 2,000 feet in the air. It's going to take us a minute. Jesus Christ. Understood. Says Delwood something. Well, we actually saw the first car on fire, and then I noticed a few people running around the parking lot trying to break into other cars, and saw them throw material into this other car. That's a gas station itself. That's a Conoco. That is the structure itself, yes. That's actually what caught my attention for the car fires. I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that. I am on West Florissant, north of Chambers. Yep. No, it looks like there's a couple people around there. Got another fire here. Several windows smashed. I'm sorry, there were several windshields right there smashed. The white car that's to the left of the one on fire, and the gray car next to that, the windshields are smashed. Yes, absolutely. I, like I said, saw a few people running around the parking lot, trying to get in the cars, opening the doors, throwing stuff in the windows. There's one car door open right there. ENG, can you hear me? Wow. ENG, can you hear me?
Festival or a baseball game or something. By that time, the protesters basically owned Florissant Road, so we allowed them to linger there. Well, the next thing that happened is we started losing glass across the street, and because of that, we decided to stage but not bring the TAC units forward. Then we started getting gunfire from across the street, so based on that, we wanted to put the TAC trucks in between the businesses and Florissant Road on the west side. We just thought that'd be a good thing to try to save the businesses. Right about this time, we started having problems up to the south at Florissant Road and Paul Avenue or Suburban Avenue. So I actually had a reporter, I won't name the station that came, or the media that came past me, and he said, "Fellas, be careful. There's a whole lot of guns in there." And that was at the Meineke area at the time, which was just about 50 meters to the north of us. So we started seeing a trash can on fire, then we noticed the police car on fire, then there was a second police car on fire. We may or may not have made an arrest in that case for knowingly burning on the police car. As I said, we have about a dozen buildings burning. This is extended all the way up as far as looting goes to Halls Ferry and New Halls Ferry, Old Halls Ferry and New Halls Ferry, the wedge, and pretty much up West Florissant all the way to 270, even across at the clock tower. So again, a lot of gunfire. I'm disappointed in this evening. I really don't have any hesitation in telling you that I didn't see a lot of peaceful protest out there tonight. and I'm disappointed about that. I'm not saying there weren't folks out there that were out there for the right reason. I'm not saying that wasn't the case, but I am saying that unfortunately this spun out of control. And frankly, what I'm seeing tonight, and I have been up there all evening, right in the middle of it, along with Captain Johnson, what I've seen tonight is probably much worse than the worst night we ever had in August. And that's truly unfortunate. I said several months ago during an interview, what would be the worst thing that could possibly happen? And the fact of the matter is, I said, to tear the fabric of this community apart. And frankly, that has happened here tonight. There's not a lot left on West Florissant between Solway and Chambers Road. And those are businesses that may never come back. So frankly, I'm heartbroken about that. Now the good news is, we've not fired a shot. As far as I know, we don't have any serious injuries to police officers. They're banged up a little bit with rocks. One lieutenant from the patrol got hit in the head with a glass bottle. But we don't have any serious injuries. As far as I know, we haven't caused any serious injuries tonight. We did deploy tear gas. I talked to the sergeant from the highway patrol. I said, hey, he goes, hey, we were in a death funnel. He goes, there was no way we were getting out of this. So we also deployed gas at West Florissant and Chambers Road this evening. So I'm very uplifted by the fact that we don't have any loss of life, because that's the main goal here, is preservation of life. But I am disappointed that the evening turned out this way. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Captain Ron Johnson.
I agree with the chief's assessment, and it is important that we did not lose any lives. No officers lost their lives, and no citizens lost their lives. The officers did a great job tonight. They showed great courage, but I am disappointed, just like the chief. You know, when I look at our communities torn apart. You know, last month in August, we talked about the out-of-towners came in and tore up our community. Well, our community's got to take some responsibility for what happened tonight. As far as tearing our community apart. This cannot happen. We talk about peaceful protests, and that did not happen tonight. We definitely have done something here that is going to impact our community for a long time and impact our region. That's not how we create change. Change is created through our voice and not through destruction of our community. You know, if you go along West Florissant, those are dreams. Those are small business owners, and we've torn those dreams away. For weeks we've talked about wanting to have dreams and have jobs, and then we do this tonight. We have to do better as a region and a community. So I agree with the chief. We're really disappointed. We all talked today, myself, Chief Belmer, Chief Dodson, about the hope for this region and what we expected today. So, thank you.
Chief and Captain. I have one more comment real quick before we take questions. Listen, our heart goes out to University City officer that was shot tonight, I believe on Canton. I don't know his status right now. He's at an area hospital. As far as I know, that is totally unrelated to any events here in Ferguson.
Chief, two questions. One, what happened to the National Guard? Weren't they supposed to be here to help protect all these businesses? And the second question is, by making this announcement so late in the evening, did that put you at a substantial tactical disadvantage?
Well, I really don't think the announcement had much bearing on it. It was going to happen at some point, no matter what. As far as the Guard goes, they did have a steady build-up throughout the day. It's certainly understandable that we can pretty much right now use all the assets we can have. So I'm looking forward to additional Guard assets to assist these officers so they can get out here and deal with the problems, and perhaps the Guard can help us with some force protection out here.
Damage in surrounding communities, how it spread outside of Ferguson?
Yeah, you know, there was a big blockage downtown on 44, and then they started losing some windows in the Shaw area. I really don't know beyond that if they've had anything else.
Delmar City Hall, I guess, is damaged by fire tonight. Is that true?
I didn't. Oh, the Delwood City Hall. No, it was the business right next to it, the fire station. So, but we thought it was the City Hall, but it wasn't. And, you know, one of the challenges, for example, that we had was trying to cut traffic off this evening at West Florissant and Chambers. But when I talked to the sergeant on the scene, I said, you know, you got enough cars to go shut the traffic. He said, well, we did, but we were taking so much. There was so much gunfire in the area that I was really afraid to leave my officers down there. So it really is a dynamic evening tonight that we're dealing with. I had a question over here.
Was there another officer fired at the McDonald's on West Florissant? We heard about maybe an officer fired at. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think that's certainly possible with the amount of gunfire. I heard that over the radio when I was up on South Florissant. I can't tell you for sure if that happened. I can tell you that Captain Johnson and I, when we were in one of the areas this evening on West Florissant, you know, the officers and ourselves, we got lit up. So I can't imagine that they didn't hit one of us, but by the
Chief,
grace
do
of
you
God,
feel that
ma'am.
you-
The governor held a news conference, you were there, Captain Johnson was there, and you all said that we have a plan, we are prepared, we are ready. And you look at what is happening now in Ferguson, what is happening in St. Louis. How can you say
I don't think we were underprepared, but I'll be honest with you. Unless we bring 10,000 policemen in here, I don't think we can prevent folks that really are intent on just destroying a community. It doesn't take very long to throw some kerosene in a building and burn it as you're running past. And in this kind of an area where a lot of it's dark, the officers they really don't have the ability to understand what's going on around them. So, you know, I think we had a good plan. We do have a good plan. We're going to move forward with the same plan. And, you know, our pledge was to protect everybody, including the businesses. We're certainly working very hard right this moment to do that.
Hey, Chief, did the prosecutor's office at all let you know in advance what the announcement was going to be as far as the grand jury? Because the governor said that he did not know. And do you think if you guys did get a heads up, that would have helped in any way?
Yeah, I mean, I did have a very good heads up along with Chief Dodson and Colonel Repogel, Captain Johnson, from Bob McCullough yesterday about this. Some things have to be firmed up, and that was firmed up this morning with the
But you knew
prosecuting
what the
attorney.
announcement was going to be. Not there was going to be an announcement.
No, I
what it
didn't
was
know.
going to be.
I didn't know it was going to be a non-indictment. I had no idea about that.
Would that have helped if you knew that just an hour or 2 hours before the public knew?
No, I don't really believe it would. Besides, that's contrary to how we run the grand jury process in this country. And I just feel like that's information that we really shouldn't be privy to, basically to protect that process. I talked to Mr. McCullough today, and he told me the timeline of the announcement, and he said the only thing I won't tell you is the what is the verdict at this point. And I said I understand, and I wouldn't ask. So I understand your question, and I understand the reasoning, but you know, with the way we have a grand jury process in this country, I just don't think that's appropriate.
Talk about the fire response.
how do you respond to the business owners who are sitting at home right now watching their businesses burn to the ground?
I'll tell you that Captain Johnson and I and Sam Dodson have spent countless and countless hours engaging this community. We've talked to the Don't Shoot Coalition. We've spoken to the Lost Voices, other groups. We've been at meetings on UMSL Mondays after Mondays after Mondays, and you know, some were productive, some weren't. We've met with our clergy, and I guess what I would tell those business owners that we not only were engaged, but we did everything we could to prevent this in, unfortunately, what is a very dangerous environment for everybody, to include the protesters and the police officers, because there are protesters out here that are out here for the right reason. Tonight it just didn't seem that way, though.
What will you do tomorrow to prevent this from happening again?
You know, we're probably going to have some more guard assets in there. That should free up some more officers. I appreciate that, and we'll have a plan going forward with some operational stuff that I prefer not to go into, that Captain Johnson and I have just discussed inside, and I think it will mitigate some of the issues. But, you know, frankly, one of the problems we have is we don't really know what anything's going to look like sometimes until it happens. Like I said, as dynamic as August was, can you imagine a night like this? I mean, we didn't have anything of this magnitude. So it was very difficult, I think, to telegraph exactly what we should have expected. I didn't foresee an evening like this, I will be honest with you.
What about arrests? I mean, obviously there was
29 arrests as far as I know. I do have some, like I said, I have some objects in the truck that if you could film those. I have a 45 semi-automatic handgun that we seized on South Florissant Road in an effort to try to disperse the crowd. And please understand, you know, Captain Johnson and I are standing there together looking at this. At some point, it's incumbent upon law enforcement to get to a point to where we have to control certain areas. You know, we have 2 police cars on fire, we have situations like that. We have to get people to cooperate with us so we can do our job and prevent problems. I had a reporter from France come up to me right when I got on South Florissant Road. He had just a gash right here where he had been hit by a rock. We had a man run over this evening. He was carjacked, and the people who carjacked him ran him over, elderly man. So these are things that really we can't control the environment unless we control the environment at times. And, you know, if folks will just cooperate with us, I think it'll cause us all to be a lot safer.
So, Chief, do you wish that you were more? Do you wish you were more aggressive now, looking back at what happened just a few hours ago?
I don't think aggressive is the right term. Again, please understand that when we looked at what initially happened after Mr. McCullough's verdict, we really wanted to try to set the stage to where the folks that were out there that really wanted to voice their concerns and their opinion had that opportunity to do it, so a few people wouldn't ruin it for them. And I don't think us just clearing Florissant Road immediately would have been a benefit necessarily of what was going to happen either way, I'll be honest with you. I have a question there.
In terms of firefighters, was it too dangerous in some situations to bring the fire
they
trucks
made
in?
it down to the storage lot there, Canfield and West Florissant. Gunfire got too bad and they had to pull back. And I don't blame them. You know, it's very difficult to be able to do their job in that type of a situation. And that's unfortunate. We were finally able to clear Solway to Chambers, or basically to North Winds Estates, just to get those fires out. So now we're going to work on the fires between Solway and Chambers, 3 or 4 that are burning in there right now. And as I walked out here, I noticed there was a used car lot on fire.
What about the role of clergy? Obviously, they were so instrumental in August. What did you see from them tonight, and what can you or hope for them in the upcoming days?
Actually, we did not see a large number of clergy out tonight. There were a few clergy out. We did not see a large number out tonight. And the few that we saw really didn't have a voice with the crowd. So hopefully tomorrow we'll see more clergy that will come out and assess. But it's going to take everyone.
I'm sorry. So why do you think that is? Why not the large presence that we saw back in August with the clergy?
I don't know. I have no idea. I really expected we were going to see a large clergy out tonight. The chief talked about we had met with a lot of clergy and we just did not see them out tonight.
Was anyone actually shot tonight?
No, no one was shot tonight. I think the chief talked about that there was no loss of life and there were no shots fired by officers.
Captain Johnson, how many times have you had to reassess strategy?
Well, I think we're always assessing it. But like the chief talked about, we could have never imagined this. And so we will talk about it in a brief and make sure that we have a proper assessment tomorrow and make whatever changes we can for this community.
You may have.
Hurt, a lot of pain. You know, it's just watching part of your life just go up in flames.
I know you may have addressed this, but again, the role of the National Guard. I heard an interview with Mayor Knowles in Ferguson saying that he actually reached out to Governor Nixon's office trying to get the National Guard members by those businesses. What was the role tonight of the National Guard?
You know, I don't know about the conversation the mayor had with the governor. You know, the Guard is an asset, and they're deploying in, and we're going to use them to help free up our officers.
Do you think there's a place for a curfew to come back here on the Sullivan office?
You know, at this point, a curfew wouldn't have made a difference tonight. This started really early. You know, we'll continue just to do what we need to do to assess and make this community safe.
Can you make a comment on just the mentality of your officers out there? I mean, obviously they're going through a lot. Can you make a comment on just what they're going through?
Being asked about the mentality
Well,
of the
I can say I
officers
saw a lot of
on the
disappointment
scene.
in their faces. You know, they put a lot of courage and heart and soul in keeping this community safe, and so there's a lot of disappointment in them, and also. We don't have the exact addresses and locations, but we will have that later on. So if you want to check with us later or sometime tomorrow, we'll definitely have where they're from.
You said a lot of the businesses might not come back, or I think maybe you said it, Chief Elmer. But basically, the idea is that these businesses might not come back. Could you talk a little bit about where Ferguson goes from here, and kind of what you think the legacy of the city is going to be, and if the city's going to survive at all?
Well, if we are going to survive at all, we're going to have to come together. And what happened tonight can't happen, can't continue on. So if we're going to come together and be better, we're going to have to come together and make some changes. But we have to understand that this community has to be whole. And right now, this community is really fractured. So.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
All
guys.
right, well, that concludes the news conference here. I don't know if we can see that truck there behind me, but that's where they have some of the evidence that was used. They recovered at the scene. There's bricks.
Check 1 2. Switch the other mic. Check 1 2.
So we turned right on Nick, how are you? You guys
Sky 2 is on the scene, so we're out of here.